Chapter 1042. The moment Xiao Xingma looked at Long Shirua, Ghost Baby, and Chichikamaya's eyes became cold. Chichikamaya turned the handle of his crutch slightly. At this time, Xiao Xingma said indifferently, "I heard that Master Long had arrived early, but the various clans have visited Master Long many times, but Master Long has refused to meet. At first, everyone just thought that Master Long likes peace and quiet. After all, Lord Long has always been like this. But now, can I think that something happened to Lord Long, so you can't show your divinity in front of people?" A very soft voice, Chichikamaya, said indifferently, "Do I need to explain to you why Lord Long doesn't want to see people? Xiao Xingma, have you been the Ghost King for hundreds of years that you have forgotten who gave you a place to live under Fengdu, Ghost City?" Xiao Xingma smiled. "Of course I remember. So, I won't tell anyone about this. Don't worry, old turtle. These peaceful days were actually very easy to linger on and forget to return. I'm used to being idle, so I don't like to be in a mess all of a sudden." Chichikamaya frowned and glanced at Long Shirua. Long Shirua nodded, slightly at this time. Chichikamaya said, "Ghost Baby, come back." Ghost Baby, who was holding 2 daggers, threw the daggers in his hands, and 2 cold lights spun in the air before disappearing. Ghost Baby stepped back, but his eyes never left Xiao Xingma for a moment. Xiao Xingma didn't seem to care about Long Shirua's current situation. He said directly, "Just now I heard Lord Long say that this place is Penglai. Is it true?" Long Shirua said indifferently, "This place is just similar to the memory of the previous Shinryu. I'm not sure whether it is or not. I've never been here personally, so how would I know?" Xiao Shang was silent for a while, then asked again, "Then what's the deal with the Heavenly Heart 71 generation?" "City Lord Xiao, aren't you asking too many questions?" Chichikamaya suddenly interjected. Xiao Xingma didn't seem to mind at all. Instead, he said with a straight face, "Although this Xiao is just a wandering crane, I'm still a member of Kelowna. The disaster from several decades ago is still fresh in this Xiao's memory. If the plainclothes path were to repeat its mistakes, how could this Xiao just sit by and watch? Fengdu City is already full of ghosts. If more people are added, I'm afraid this ghost city will have to be moved out. I think Lord Long won't like it either, right?" Chichikamaya chuckled and said, "City Lord Xiao is good at managing the ghost city. Even if more people are added, I believe with City Lord Xiao's talent, you'll be able to arrange it properly." Xiao Xingma said indifferently, "Old Turtle, do you know how many lonely souls and wild ghosts Fengdu Ghost City has taken in since the underworld closed?" Chichikamaya was startled. Long Shirua also frowned at this time. "It's already that serious?" Xiao Xingma said, "This Xiao doesn't want to see the real ghost energy soaring to the sky. At that time, I'm afraid, even if the administration is dispatched, even the Taoist and demon realm can't deal with it perfectly." Long Shirua was silent for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, "Xiao Xingma, what do you want?" City Lord Xiao said faintly, "If this place is really Penglai, this Xiao only hopes to find a way to reincarnate souls. Even if not, at least find some information about the underworld. I can't be sure that this is the real Penglai." Long Shirua said seriously at this time, "Even if it's true, I can't promise you anything. But it's undeniable that I do need your help at the moment. Chichikamaya, share the information with City Lord Xiao." Chichikamaya immediately explained to Xiao Xingma about the 71 generations of Tian Xin and Wang. After knowing the general situation, Xiao Xingma was silent for a while, then said, "If the spiritual energy is restored, it can be a way to solve the ghost problem." Xiao Xingma glanced at everyone's expression, then shook his head and said, "But what this Xiao wants is the reincarnation path of reincarnation. Whether the spiritual energy is restored or not, this Xiao doesn't care." Long Shirua said, "Xiao Xingma, whether you can find the reincarnation path in Penglai, I promise you that after this, I will help you expand the ghost city of Fengdu. If the ghost city is really full, I can't sit by and do nothing. If so, this Xiao, thanks Lord Long, Xiao Xingma bowed his head, without any hypocrisy. Seeing that Xiao Xingma was discussing with Long Shuruo and Chichi Kamaya, Luo Dance quietly came to Ghost Baby's side. She could only come to Ghost Baby, who couldn't join in the conversation. Mr. Ghost Baby, this city Lord Xiao seems to be a good person? Little Butterfly blinked and whispered. Ghost Baby glanced at Luo Dance indifferently and walked away with a snort. Did he say something wrong again? Luo Dance Sigma degree. For Long Shuruo, it was indeed unexpected to let Xiao Xingma know her current situation, and there were unpredictable hidden dangers. But no matter what, for the current situation, Xiao Xingma was a rare help. Of course, she wouldn't easily believe Xiao Xingma's words. So Long Shuruo didn't reveal that she could still use the clone creation ability. But in the current situation, at least Xiao Xingma was more reasonable than a certain profiteer. Maybe it was just because some of Xiao Xingma's ideas were consistent with hers. Same camp, different camp. Long Shuruo smiled bitterly. Everyone was dishonest and unwilling to compromise. Let's go to that mountain. Long Shuruo pointed to the mountain at this time. These were the images that she had inherited from her memories. In addition, there were also some extremely ancient memories that began to appear one after another. Since she inherited everything of the previous Shinryu, they were buried in the deepest part of the inheritance and couldn't be touched easily. But after coming here, they began to float up from the deepest part. The cell is active. Put it in the culture tank. It's still restless. It seems to be a bestial relationship. Try to remove a group of gene chains of the 7th material. Experimental subject 009 is in stable condition. Some sounds and some images. She shuddered. The sorrowful cries continued for an unknown amount of time before finally stopping. Throughout the process, Zixing looked at the distorted expression of the child on the altar. The mysterious man with the bronze mask pulled out a total of 7 light clusters from the child. One of the balls was directly thrown into the soil above by the mysterious person and finally disappeared. As for the remaining 6 balls, they floated around the long-haired child. Like a patient with a terminal illness, the long-haired child had already fainted and was sleeping quietly on the altar. A large amount of pure aura was constantly escaping from the remaining 6 light clusters at this moment. Zixing regained some strength as a result. Her monster energy had been continuously absorbed by the crystal. Of course, these auras only restored some of her strength, but they couldn't restore the vitality that was continuously being extracted. At this moment, the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan's long hair had turned white, and she was dispirited. At this time, the man with the bronze mask sat cross-legged on the altar and raised his hand. Under the altar, the younger of the 2 men who had fainted slowly floated up at this time and floated all the way to the altar. The mysterious man waved his hand, and the young man's clothes were instantly torn apart. Behind the young man's back, there was actually a strange spell that shone with golden light. The Emperor's edict? Zixing looked over and was shocked. Is this person the lucky one who got the Emperor's edict? This person is the successor of Anjin Dao, but his talent is extraordinary, and his opportunity is also different from ordinary people. The mysterious man with the bronze mask said slowly at this time, At first, I just planned to let someone find the edict and bring it out. But I didn't expect that the edict would be integrated into his body after meeting this person. This is a little unexpected. Zixing said in disbelief, The Emperor's edict and the Taoist and Monster Realm are fighting over it, but you got it early and released it, just to take the opportunity to capture the Taoist and Monster Realm trapped here. This is the Emperor's edict, but it's not the inheritance of the god of Mount Tai as you think. The man with the bronze mask said indifferently, Its real function is to let the god of Mount Tai descend. The great emperor of Dongyu, the god of Mount Tai. Zixing suddenly gasped, Are you planning to use the Taoist and Monster Realm here as a sacrifice to let the god of Mount Tai descend? Gods and immortals were extinct in Kelowna, and they could only be glimpsed in ancient legends. In a world where the path to immortality had been cut off, what did the appearance of a god mean? As expected of the young master of the greedy wolf clan, a priest of the clan, the man with the bronze mask seemed to have a smile. Your guess is almost there. However, this edict is enough to let the god of Mount Tai descend, and there's no need to sacrifice anything. I have other uses for most of the life force here. Most of. Zixing frowned. A small part of it will be used for other purposes. The man with the bronze mask stood up at this time and put his hands together. At this moment, the entire altar began to tremble. The altar split open from the middle, and something was slowly extending out of it. It was a crystal coffin made of crystals. The crystal coffin stood upright and finally floated out from the inside of the altar. Zixing vaguely saw a figure hiding in the transparent crystal coffin. The man with the bronze mask looked at the hazy figure in the coffin silently and murmured, "Soon you'll be able to come back. You'll be resurrected, and you'll see a great era of spiritual energy, an era that belongs to us." Hearing this, Zixing's mind suddenly exploded, and she quivered. The god of Mount Tai is in charge of yin and yang, reversing life, and death resurrecting life. Could it be? She suddenly looked at the altar and said in a trembling voice, "The monarch's sacrifice of Mount Tai. Who is the person you want to resurrect?" The man with the bronze mask slowly turned around, and his eyes seemed to pass through the crystal pillars and fell directly on Zixing. Heaven's will, the 70th generation. Zixing's face changed in shock. Of course, she knew about Heaven's will, the 70th generation. Even if she hadn't taken over the position of the young master of the greedy wolf clan at that time, many elders in the clan had talked about this matter. The plain-clothed Tao Heaven's will, the 70th generation who destroyed the Long Sha with his own strength and finally saved Kelowna from a catastrophe. Resurrecting the dead. Zixing slowly lowered her head. At this moment, what appeared in her mind was the scene in the cave covered by wind and snow many years ago. The blood that warmed her. The back of the little figure that dug out her heart. "Brother." Seeing that Zixing seemed to have fallen into a strange state, the man with the bronze mask didn't care too much. After a casual glance, he no longer paid attention to her. She was trapped in the crystal and couldn't escape. Instead, he looked at the young man floating in the air, Jean-Air. "Since the edict will be integrated into your body, at least it proves that you will be a good carrier," he said slowly. "Becoming a carrier is also a kind of opportunity. If you can survive, your future will become bright. In the era of the recovery of spirit chi in the future, maybe you will become the leader of the younger generation. But whether you can survive or not, it will depend on your luck." At this moment, the edict on Jean-Air's back became brighter and brighter. In this huge space, at this moment, a supreme aura was gradually emitted from Jean-Air's body. The descent has begun. The candlesticks in the lobby suddenly lit up. At the same time, a distortion appeared in the lobby of the club. From the distorted space, the club's servant girl and Taisetsu slowly walked out. Taisetsu looked at the dark round ball in his hand, about the size of 1.5 basketballs. This was the so-called source of foreign bodies extracted from the void original demons that he killed. According to Yu Yi, this amount was enough to create hundreds of ordinary black soul envoys. If it was used to transform one like him, it was barely enough for one. Anyway, Taisetsu didn't know much about it. "I'm going to take a bath. Is there enough time?" Taisetsu put the ball on the counter and asked. Yu Yi smiled. "Go ahead, I'll put these materials away first." Okay. Although the body of a black soul envoy had many conveniences, even if it was dirty, it could be cleaned up with just a thought. But Taisetsu hadn't been a black soul envoy for a long time, so he was more accustomed to human habits. Besides, taking a bath was really a good way to reduce stress. But Taisetsu's desire to take a bath seemed to be delayed. When he opened the door of the washroom, he saw a white-haired girl sitting on the toilet, leaning against the wall, breathing out, snoring. And this white-haired girl was holding a bowl in her hand. Chapter 1043. She's a guest, Miss Maid said. Guest? Daz was stunned for a moment. Why is the guest squatting in the bathroom with a bowl? It seems that he has eaten here? Maybe it's the guest's personal hobby, Miss Maid said calmly. Well, what can Taisetsu say? It's just that this guest named Nero can fall asleep in this place, which is really strange. Even when he is talking to Miss Yi, she doesn't wake up. Maybe she's too tired. Miss Maid said again, but since this guest likes to be here, then in line with the principle of customer first, we'd better not disturb her. Well, there's no problem with this, but in front of Daz, Miss Maid gently locked the door of the bathroom from the outside to the inside. Locked the bathroom door. Did she really sleep because she was tired? Taisetsu always felt that something unspeakable had happened. Of course, as a social person before becoming a black soul messenger, Taisetsu was very smart not to explore the truth. I hope Miss Nero, who is only wrapped in a bath towel, won't catch a cold. Well, the temperature in the club seems to have suddenly dropped a little. Taisetsu thought with a puzzled face. Is the temperature in the club not constant? But the only bathroom on this floor was occupied, and Taisetsu really couldn't find a place to take a bath. The upper floor is the personal space of the boss and Yuyi. It seems that there is a room on the upper floor assigned to a black soul messenger for a large-scale project, but Taisetsu hasn't seen it. He was too embarrassed to continue to ask for a bath, so he had to give up the idea. With a thought, the stainless steel on his body disappeared. Miss Maid made a cup of flower tea at this time. You've been training in the gap between dimensions for a while. Have a good rest. This cup of tea can help to restore your spirit. Taisetsu took a sip and only felt that the tense state of mind seemed to have been washed, which made him feel indescribably comfortable. Can I lie down on the sofa in the lobby? Taisetsu said. Yuyi nodded. Help yourself. I'm going to take care of something. It seems that a big rat sneaked into the kitchen and ate the food. Ayaya. I'm afraid I'll have to use a mousetrap next time. Taisetsu's face was full of question marks as he watched Miss Maid glide up to the second floor. There are rats in the club. Are you kidding me? When Yuyi pushed open the door of the main god world's computer room, the sound of several mainframes running could be heard. At that moment, Adam's electronic eyes flashed and woke up from standby mode. Master, where's Taiyinzi? Yuyi sat down beside Adam and entered the game world through the screen. Of course, she did not use her consciousness to enter the game world. She just browsed through the content of the world. He left 4 hours and 39 minutes ago and then entered the trusteeship mode, Adam said stiffly. Miss Maid's fingers stopped in the middle of the screen, and she frowned. What's this? Adam said, this is a large-scale event that just ended in the game world. Master, what you see is the DLC that hasn't been destroyed yet. Looking at the world boss on the screen with a ferocious face, fangs and claws, Miss Maid suddenly narrowed her eyes. Oh, where's the Dark Maid? For some reason, there was always a chill on his back. The charred body, lying on the ground, suddenly cracked, and then a wisp of smoke-like thing emerged from the cracked charred shell. Then it gathered and finally returned to a human shape. Taiyinzi twisted his neck and waist, and he felt a lot weaker. Taiyinzi hammered his shoulder and felt that he seemed to have forgotten something before he went out. But his doubts disappeared quickly because he remembered what happened before. Taiyinzi suddenly became nervous. In front of him, the terrifying little girl Gaia was still standing in the same place, slightly lowering her head and motionless. As for Wang Hu, who was subdued, he still looked like before Taiyinzi lost consciousness. His body was covered by a large number of strange crystals, and he couldn't move, but his eyes were staring at Taiyinzi. His stare made Taiyinzi's hair stand on end. Fortunately, Wang Hu's mouth was also sealed. Stares can't kill people. What's the situation with this girl? Taiyinzi thought about the current situation for a while, and finally came in front of Gaia again. This time he was much more well-behaved, If the hundreds of lightning balls were to come again, he reckoned that he would really die. But what should he say to this terrifying little girl? According to the previous situation, Gaia seemed to be able to accept his orders. Taiyinzi was obviously calling for the boss, but he didn't expect to call for such a terrifying little girl. Was there some kind of relationship between this little girl and the club? Gaia? Gaia? Taiyinzi hesitated for a moment and tried to call out the little girl's name. Gaia heard and slightly raised her head, her purple eyes regaining a bit of color. Taiyinzi felt that this pair of eyes seemed to be scanning him. Identity of secondary authority holder confirmed. Prototype Universal Treasure House, Manager Gaia at your service. Try calling out twice? Taiyinzi said tentatively. Gaia's eyes flashed. Please describe the specific content of this action in detail. Try meowing like a cat. Taiyinzi thought for a while and said. Gaia's purple eyes flashed again, and then she gently raised her hand and placed it beside her cheek, holding it lightly and slightly tilting her head. Meow, she really did it. Taiyinzi's lips moved, who said that Gaia still didn't have any expression, and her voice didn't have any emotions, but she still did what he said, and even acted cute on her own accord. Taiyinzi's brain started to work crazily, and he tried hard to recall every word that Gaia said before he was knocked out by the thunderball. Suddenly, Taiyinzi's heart skipped a beat. Gaia, is my secondary authority based on the percentage of the foreign body source in my body? Gaia nodded. Confirm, as expected. The so-called foreign source. Taiyinzi didn't know what it was, but without a doubt, it should be a special substance that formed the body of a black soul envoy. Otherwise, it really couldn't explain the uniqueness of the Black Soul Envoy's body. Thinking about it this way, then wouldn't the Black Soul Envoys in the club be able to obtain the authority from Gaia? For example, wouldn't Black Soul number 9, who had taught him before, have a higher oil content than him? Wouldn't he be able to obtain a higher authority? What about the maid in the club? Taiyinzi wasn't sure about this, because he knew that the maid's body was made by Western alchemy. Miss Maid was still different from the Black Soul Envoys. So, she couldn't obtain the authority from Gaia? No. The key wasn't about the authority, but the relationship between Gaia and the club. Gaia, were you made by the club? Why haven't I seen you before? Taiyinzi asked carefully. Gaia's eyes flashed a few times, and then she slowly said, Negative. Gaia wasn't made by the club, but by the master. Your master, who is he? Taiyinzi swallowed his saliva and felt that he was in contact with something that he shouldn't know at this stage. Master is. The girl in front of him suddenly closed her eyes. Search, keyword master. Search, keyword maid. Search, keyword Gaia. Memory missing. Search failed, unable to answer. Search failed. Search failed. Failed. Gaia is a failed product. Failed product. Failed! Suddenly, the terrifying thunderballs appeared behind the girl again, and the number made Taiyinzi tremble. Gaia seemed to be a little abnormal at this time. She hugged her head with both hands, as if she didn't know that she had released so many terrifying thunderballs. Taiyinzi took a deep breath at this time. What's wrong with his head? Stop! Stop, stop, stop! Stop! Taiyinzi shouted in horror. Gaia! Stop! Don't ask this question. Master Taoist. Bah, I give up on the answer. Perhaps it was because Gaia's second-class authority was still effective, but after hearing this, Gaia began to calm down. In the end, it returned to its original posture of lowering its head and waiting for an opportunity. This was a ticking time bomb. Taiyinzi forced himself to calm down. At this time, he was afraid that if he asked someone, Gaia would fall into the state of almost losing control. But with so many questions in mind, Taiyinzi felt very uncomfortable. Gaia? Secondary authority confirmed. Trial type Universal Treasure House Administrator Gaia at your service. Do you know a person called Yi? Taiyinzi clenched his teeth. Female. Body made by alchemy, the club's maid. This person doesn't exist in the database. What about the boss? Tae-Yinzi's heart suddenly jumped. The thumping sound directly hit his ears. The club's boss, Luaccio. Do you know? This person doesn't exist in the database. Could it be the boss's predecessor? Moreover, this Gaia existed even longer than the maid? If it was made by the predecessor, then why did the predecessor leave Gaia in this place? Wait, what is this place? Gaia, you should know what this place is, right? Gaia, treasure house. Whose treasure house? Master's treasure house. Guarded by Gaia. Master is. Forget it. Don't answer this question. Tae-Yinzi shook his head and then began to ponder. In all honesty, the reason why he was thinking so hard recently was because he was planning the New Year's event in the game. Gaia, in this place, is there anyone with higher authority than me? Tae-Yinzi suddenly asked. Temporarily, no. What is your purpose of staying here? Waiting for the authority holder to come and execute the authority holder's order. Gaia, execute the order. Tae-Yinzi suddenly thought of something and asked, Gaia, my body is bound by something, causing me to be controlled by someone and unable to free myself. Can you help me solve this problem? Tae-Yinzi didn't know why he asked this question. He was very nervous because he wasn't sure if his thoughts would be reflected in the boss's mind. His Black Soul Envoy identity was given by the boss, and the boss had absolute control over the Black Soul Envoy. It was like an order that was branded into the depths of the soul. Tae-Yinzi couldn't find a chance to solve this curse-like thing. But if this thing, this Gaia, had existed longer than the maid and was left behind by the predecessor, then would she know the way to solve it? If Gaia could really solve it, did it mean that he would be able to escape from the boss's control? Once this thought appeared in his mind, Tae-Yinzi felt as though he was possessed and couldn't stop. He looked at Gaia intently and waited for the little girl to give him a definite answer. Gaia gave him an answer. Determination, secondary authority holder, is bound to the Eternal Kingdom Citizen ID. Do you wish to delete this ID? Eternal Kingdom Citizen ID. What was that? Another identity of the Black Soul Envoy? Tae-Yinzi frowned. He wasn't in a hurry to delete this thing. Instead, he asked, delete? How do I delete it? Gaia, remove the Eternal Kingdom Citizen ID from the secondary authority holder. Tae-Yinzi was taken aback. What will happen to me after removing it? Gaia, after removing the Eternal Kingdom Citizen ID, the secondary authority holder will be removed. Question, do you wish to remove it? Tae-Yinzi thought for a while and sighed. I have an MMP, but I don't know if I should say it. Originally, he thought that he could use this thing that was suspected to be the legacy of the previous owner, which was more antique than Yi, to get rid of his identity as the animal of the Black-Hearted Enterprise Club, and then fly freely. Question, what does MMP mean? I'm not in the mood to tell you. Tae-Yinzi glared fiercely at Gaia. If not for the fact that he couldn't defeat her, he would have torn her apart. Gaia didn't ask more. At this time, his eyes slowly dimmed as if he was going to enter the standby state again. Tae-Yinzi frowned and asked curiously, what is this eternal kingdom? Primordial world. Primordial world? Facing Gaia's answer, Tae-Yinzi, who had been bewildered since he was a secondary authority holder, couldn't help but have a philosophical thought. Chapter 1044. As they went deeper into this place, the temporary joint forces, the Taoist Association led by the 100 Tribulation Taoist, and the Demon Realm led by Songjin Shu-A and Chu Xinghe, realized that the beach they landed on at the beginning, which was full of golden sand and rare treasures, was the poorest one. If the beach was filled with wealth that could make ordinary people go crazy, then the forest in front of the beach was filled with treasures that could make these Taoists and even demons go crazy. There were precious medicinal herbs that had been extinct for many years, minerals that could be used to refine high-level Dharma weapons, and spring water that was like spirit liquid. There were even many crystals that contained a large amount of strange power. They finally understood the popular saying, "Poverty limits imagination." This is actually a 1,000-year-old purple limbo grass. Oh my God! This is a sacred item that can help one's soul leave the body, and travel the world. It's actually such a huge piece of land. This is a piece of copper, right? It's so pure and huge. Unbelievable, unbelievable. It wasn't just the Tao Association. For demons, they could also find many rare treasures in this strange forest. Tian Shan, silk fungus, a legendary ingredient. I only ate it when the patriarch's son was born. I even broke off a strand to make soup. The style seemed to be somewhat different. However, this did not stop the demons from coveting the treasures in this place. And this was only a corner of this forest. If they were to go deeper, what other unimaginable treasures would await them? In this place, even an inconspicuous stone on the ground could be a good thing that could not be exchanged for money. Even the 100 Tribulation Taoist and the Black Tortoise clans Ming Tushan, who had lived for countless years, could not help but be moved by this at this moment. After all, they were evergreen trees in the Tao world and the demon world, so they had seen many storms. Steady. Almost at the same time, 100 Tribulation Taoist and Ming Tushan both yelled at their own people to stop. Of course, only some young monsters and Taoists acted irrationally because of the impact of the treasures in front of them. How could they, who had lived for so many years, not see the strangeness of this place? Where in the world could there be such a place where even a grain of sand was a treasure? They were having fun. This made these experienced Taoists and monsters wonder if they had fallen into some kind of illusion from the moment they entered this place. Elder, there's the smell of blood in front. Right at this moment, an azure dragon monster following Tsang, Jin Shui frowned. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Fellow cultivators, be careful. The 100 Tribulation Taoist suggested. Send some people to check it out. The Monster Association quickly agreed to the 100 Tribulations Taoist suggestion. Not long after, a joint team explored the area where the smell of blood came from. In fact, they did not have to wait for long before the exploration team returned. They brought back something not so good, corpses. Of the 2 corpses, one was a man wearing a Taoist robe. He was the sect master of a small sect from the Tao Association. As for the other corpse, it was a female member of the Vermilion Bird clan. Master. At this moment, a young Taoist flew out in shock and arrived beside the corpse of the Taoist. At the same time, a man beside Chu Xingha also walked out in grief and came to the corpse of the female Vermilion Bird clan monster. Who killed her? This male Vermilion Bird clan monster stared at the members of the exploration team with a ferocious expression. They were the ones who brought back the corpse. Calm down. A member of the exploration team frowned at this moment. He was also the Green Dragon clan member who first discovered the smell of blood. When we found these 2 corpses, there were indeed traces of fighting nearby. However, other than these 2, who were already dead, we didn't find any traces of a third party. Besides, we found this thing beside them. At this moment, he carefully took out something. Flaming Earth Core Ganoderma? Ming Tushan held this plant in surprise. It said that it can only grow in the Earth's core and nourished by lava. It's a treasure of extreme yang. This is a divine herb. The member of the exploration team nodded and said, "We don't know what this thing is, but there's no doubt that they died together for this Ganoderma, because when we found them, they were fighting each other to death." Ming Tushan and the 100 Tribulations Taoist looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. This was probably the thing that the elders of these 2 factions were most worried about. Just like when the Emperor's edict first appeared, both Taoists and demons suffered casualties. If the administration and Shinryu weren't there to suppress the situation, Mount Tai would have become a battlefield between Taoists and demons long ago. The grieving male Vermilion Bird clan monster said faintly, "I was born with an ice-cold meridian. The elder said that I won't live past 100 years. I can only find extreme yang treasures to continue living. Jasmine did it for me." As he spoke, the male Vermilion Bird clan monster suddenly stood up and rushed to the corpse of the Taoist. What do you want to do? The young Taoist who called him master just now was extremely nervous. Jasmine is the love of my life. Your master? The male vermilion bird clan monster laughed sorrowfully. Even if he dies, I'll tear him into pieces. Ah, how dare you! The young Taoist was shocked and furious when he saw the male vermilion bird clan monster was about to punch his master's corpse like a madman. Heaven, earth, king, family, and master were like their second parents. As a disciple, how could he watch his master's corpse get destroyed so easily? Seeing that the two of them were about to fight due to hatred, Chu Xinghe from the Vermilion Bird Clan monster said with a dark face, "Yan Lu, come back! Jasmine is already dead. There's no point for me to stay in this world." The male Vermilion Bird Clan monster named Yan Lu laughed crazily. "Whoever stops me will die. Ah! Do you really think the White Jade Qilin clan is easy to bully? Evil creature, why should my master be torn into pieces after his death?" The young Taoist was so angry that he laughed. No one saw it. "Can't this demoness sneak attack first? I'll kill you. Evil creature, die." At that moment, the 100 Tribulations Taoist glanced at one of the vice presidents of the association, Perfected Huanyang. Chu Xinghe from the Vermilion Bird clan also frowned. Perfected Huanyang and Chu Xinghe attacked almost at the same time. Each of them knocked out two angry fellows at an extremely fast speed and brought them back. Chu Xinghe carried the unconscious Yan Lu back to their original place. Then he looked at the 100 Tribulations Taoist and said naturally, Yan Lu lost his beloved, so he went to extremes. Don't blame him. 100 Tribulations Taoist. Taoist Chu, don't worry. The 100 Tribulations Taoist said seriously, who is right and who is wrong? After the investigation, I'll naturally give you an explanation. Song Jinshu suddenly said, "Everyone, there are treasures everywhere here. It's inevitable that there will be things that we need or want. There are many treasures here. If we continue walking, I'm afraid similar situations will happen again." How should he put it? The people of the Tao world and the members of the Demon Association were not all here. Some of them seemed to have been separated when they were moving. For example, the two corpses found in the forest. Taoist Song, what do you think? The 100 Tribulations Taoist asked directly. Song Jinshu said, "Let's join forces and plunder the treasures here first. When we find a way to leave, we'll discuss how to distribute them." Everyone was silent for a moment. In fact, when they moved to the beach, the Tao Association had fewer people than the demons. Although the terrifying Huang Baifu was not here, the other party still had the leaders of the 4 spirits of heaven and the 3 clans. As for their own side, there were only the 100 Tribulations Taoist and Perfected Huanyang. Below them were the younger generation. In terms of overall combat power, they were probably not the Demon Association's match. Of course, if they fought head-on, the Demon Association might not be able to benefit much. After a short discussion, the 100 Tribulations Taoist and Perfected Huanyang directly agreed. However, since they had decided to exploit the resources in the forest, everyone and the monsters immediately started working. They used all kinds of methods, and like a whale sucking in water, they couldn't wait to empty this huge treasure trove. In just a short moment, the treasures that had been plundered had already accumulated into a small hill. However, the big shots of the Tao Association and the Demon Association were still guarding here, so no one dared to secretly touch this treasure mountain. How stupid! Just as everyone was overjoyed, all of a sudden, a cold and clear voice clearly reached everyone's ears. The 100 Tribulations Taoist and Perfected Huanyang's faces slightly changed. As for the Demon Association, the representatives of the 4 spirits of heaven also frowned at this moment, because this voice appeared so suddenly. When did the person who spoke come close? No one on the scene could detect it, but very quickly, those with strength were able to distinguish the source of the sound. They all looked towards the source of the sound, only to see that on the branches of an ancient tree in the forest, a white figure had appeared at some unknown time. It was actually a beautiful woman with a cold expression, like a fairy who walked out of the moon palace. Her coldness seemed to be natural and extremely beautiful, but it also made people feel waves of coldness, and they couldn't think of anything else. 100 Tribulations Taoist, is this woman also from your Tao association? Song Jinshui frowned. He had never seen this woman among the demon association, and she didn't have any demon aura. But the 100 Tribulations Taoist and perfected Huanyang also shook their heads. They didn't know this woman in white either. Excuse me, who is this girl? Perfected Huanyang raised his head and asked in a calm voice. But the 100 Tribulations Taoist looked at this woman's face, as if he was thinking about something. The cold woman, standing on the branch, said indifferently, 100 Tribulations Taoist, if I were you, I wouldn't let them continue to mine the treasures in this forest, and I wouldn't even take anything. You're the leader of Kunlun, but don't you know that wealth can confuse people's hearts? The 100 Tribulations Taoist was startled, and then shook his head. Thank you for reminding me. But although wealth can confuse people's hearts, it's really useful. As long as it's handled properly, it's a blessing for both the Tao and demon realms. The woman in white sneered. Do you want to distribute it? Or do you want to distribute it? How do you want to distribute it? Who gets more? Who gets less? Who gets better? Who gets worse? Who gets first? Who gets later? Perfected Huanyang snorted. You don't need to worry about that. The Tao Association and the Demon Association will find the most reasonable solution. But we don't know where you came from, and you're trying to sow discord. What's your intention? The woman in white said indifferently, I'm just reminding you. It's not that easy to take the things here. What do you mean? The 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly said, Besides, you give me a feeling of déjà vu. Have I seen you somewhere before? The woman in white said, In this forest, as far as the eyes can see, there are all kinds of treasures. Do you think so many treasures are naturally formed? I believe many of you have thought of this. But facing such treasures, you always want to get lucky. I'll say it again, it's not that easy to take the things here. If you don't give me something of equal value, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with the consequences. That's all I have to say. Take it or leave it, it's up to you. The woman in white waved her sleeves and stepped on the wind to leave. Don't be alarmist. Stay. If you don't make it clear, don't think of leaving here. Sang Jinshui snorted coldly and leaped up, turning into a green flowing light, and dashed toward the woman in white. Sang Jinshui stretched out his palm, and a huge green claw shadow broke out of his body and was about to grab the woman in white. The woman in white snorted, and with a wave of her sleeves, an invisible force swept away Tsang Jinshui's claw shadow. That invisible force not only swept away Tsang Jinshui's claw shadow, but also bounced off Tsang Jinshui's body. With a bang, the patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan was swept to the ground by the white-clothed woman. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The woman in white stopped on the branch of another ancient tree, and the branch didn't move at all, as if she didn't have a limit. When did the Green Dragon clan become so unreasonable? Is this how Tsang Wuji taught you? The woman in white's face was cold. Tsang Jinshui's eyes were filled with anger. How dare you call my late father's name? Late father? The woman in white frowned, and then she seemed relieved. Tsang Wuji has already passed away. The world is changing, and the world is changing. Forget it. Forget it. I won't argue with a junior like you. I'll say it again, the treasure here isn't easy to take. So take care of yourself. With that, the woman in white stepped on the wind again. But this time no one stopped her. Tsang Jinshui's face was terrifyingly dark. He climbed up from the ground, and his hand was still holding an unknown but this shattered in his hand. How dare you? This woman dares to call herself an elder and humiliate the chief. A young man from the Green Dragon clan walked out angrily. Song Shirtian is untalented, but I'm willing to capture this woman for the chief. Song Jinshui didn't say anything. He wasn't really a reckless person, and just made a move to test the strength of this woman in white. But he didn't expect this woman in white to be so terrifying, and he didn't even have the strength to resist her. He was the clan leader of the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 spirits of the heavens. Even though the Azure Dragon clan was in decline, and the 4 spirits of the heavens were dominated by the White Tiger clan, as the saying goes, even a rotten ship still has 3 caddies of iron. Song Jinshui was indeed a true great demon of the demon clan. Chief Tsang, please calm down. Unexpectedly, Ming Tushan suddenly walked out. This woman, maybe she really has the qualification to call herself an elder. Elder Ming, what did you say? Song Jinshui was stunned. Ming Tushan looked at 100 Tribulations Taoist and said seriously, Taoist friend 100 Tribulations, you should remember the origin of this woman, right? 100 Tribulations Taoist nodded. Judging from her moves, I'm afraid she's from the Huanjin sect. Only the White Moon Fairy Yu Sanyang from 500 years ago can use the cultivation method of the Huanjin sect to such perfection, and she's a woman. Yu Sanyang? Song Jinshui frowned. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. Ming Tushan heaved a sigh. The Huanjin sect is a very low-key sect, and I believe many people don't know about it. As for the White Moon Fairy from 500 years ago, I believe even fewer people know about her. But if we talk about her other identity, I'm afraid everyone here is familiar with it. Elder Ming, teach me. Song Jinshui took a deep breath. Ming Tushan said, before Yu Sanyang became the White Moon Fairy, her real identity was the 9-tailed fox clan of the demon clan. You should know that the 9-tailed fox clan is a deity of the same generation as our ancestors, the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. And Yu Sanyang is the 3rd generation descendant of the 9-tailed fox clan. Except for the black tortoise clan, which of the 4 spirits of heaven in this generation didn't have a gap of more than 10 generations. Chapter 1045. Taiyinzi didn't know what Gaia meant by eternal kingdom, but it was possible that the club came from that place. Thinking about it this way could almost explain why he, as a black soul envoy, had the authority to command Gaia. This was a treasure trove, but it was most likely a warehouse of the club. The interior of the club was much more spacious than it looked from the outside. Then, wouldn't it be normal for the club to have a warehouse outside to store things? However, Gaia said that she didn't know Yu Yi, let alone the current boss. Thinking of this, there seemed to be only one possibility. This warehouse was the legacy of the previous boss. Gaia appeared earlier than Yu Yi. For some reason, the previous boss didn't pass this treasure trove to the current boss. Gaia didn't leave this place and didn't update the outside world. Gaia had stayed here for a long time. Perhaps something happened that made Gaia feel that something was amiss. For example, when he asked her about her master, he brought Gaia into a state of confusion. He called for the boss, but he called Gaia over. Was it because his call couldn't leave this place, or this place prevented the boss from investigating? The club was omnipotent, but the boss wasn't omnipotent. If this place belonged to the previous boss, and the previous boss had existed for a longer time, knew more secrets, and had greater power, then it was possible that the previous boss didn't want the next boss to know something. The simplest method was to purchase relevant services from the club. Taiyinzi didn't know the details, but if one were to make a guess, it was very likely that the information about this place would be separated from the perception of the future boss, who was also the current boss. This might require a lot of effort, but it should be possible for the previous boss to do so. The only question was why the previous boss wanted to hide this treasure trove. Taiyinzi felt that his imagination was getting clearer and clearer. This was all because of the various movies, novels, comics, and so on the internet. According to the plot, this could be left behind by the previous boss as a test for the current boss. If the club is like a portable game, then when the boss reaches a certain level, he should be able to trigger this treasure trove. As for why Gaia has the image of a Lolita, it can be explained. It's just that the readers like Lolita stories. Humph! I've already seen through the truth. Gaia lowered its head and continued to wait. It turned a deaf ear to Tai Inzi's mutterings. Wait, if that's the case, Tai Inzi's mind flashed with a light like a flash in the dark night, splitting his thoughts. If this is a test left by the previous boss, then after the test, I will naturally obtain the important things. But I'm here before the boss doesn't mean that I'm here. Tai Inzi felt that this idea of his was very dangerous, but he couldn't help but keep thinking about it. The more he thought, the more he couldn't stop. He couldn't stop at all. For example, what is this test? For example, if I pass this test, what will I obtain? What if it's authority? That's right. Right now, I'm only at the second level of authority. There should be a few more levels of authority in front of me. Maybe I can surpass all the levels and obtain the highest authority? Gaia, if it's the highest authority, can I completely control you? Tai Inzi stared at the little girl with fanatical eyes. Gaia slowly raised her head and spoke in a mechanical tone. The highest authority has the authority to control everything in the treasure trove. Including you? Tai Inzi swallowed his saliva. Confirm. Wait for her. Obtain this treasure trove. Then think of a way to cut off the boss's senses. Although he was the main god in the game world and could control the life and death of the players, that was only the game world. He needed to continuously lure the players from the real world. Moreover, the game world was still virtual. It only satisfied his spiritual needs. Everything in the treasure trove was real, even if he didn't know what other treasures there were in the treasure trove. But if it was just one thing that could completely control Gaia, then it was already something incredible. That Wang, who was one of the 4 celestial races that could transform into a divine beast. He probably had a shocking identity in the outside world, but he was just acting like a pig in front of Gaia. Such a Wang who was completely subdued by Gaia in a few moves. He didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. The foreign source seems to be something that can be used to increase authority. Gaia, is there any foreign source in the treasure trove? Tai Inzi took a deep breath. Can I use the foreign source to increase my authority? Confirm. The foreign source percentage is used to increase the citizen level of Eternal Kingdom, Gaia nodded. Exchanging for the foreign source requires contribution points. Currently, the contribution points of the person with the second level authority is minus 550. Oh, I have 550. What, negative? Tai Inzi was stunned. He felt that the number minus 550 was a little strange. Something seemed to flash through his mind, but he couldn't grasp what it was. However, just as Tai Inzi was about to obtain more information from Gaia, Gaia suddenly moved. Multiple subscribers have been found. Tracking complete. Trading system activated. Splitting. Just as Tai Inzi was about to split, the Gaia in front of him actually split into 2, 2 into 4, into 8, until there were more than 100 Gaias. As for how many there were, Tai Inzi didn't count in detail, because in an instant, the 100 Gaias soared into the sky at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they were galloping in the sky. It was a magnificent sight. Tai Inzi looked at them from afar until the 100 Gaias were no longer in sight. Not bad. It actually has the ability to split itself. Tai Inzi nodded. Then his expression changed slightly. Damn, I haven't asked how to level it up. Tai Inzi hurriedly called out in his mind again. Because of his previous experience, he called out to Gaia instead of the boss. However, no matter how he called out, he didn't get a response. Could he only wait until Gaia finished dealing with the so-called subscribers? Regarding this, Tai Inzi couldn't help but frown. For Gaia, would it prioritize dealing with subscribers? Or was it just because of his status as a secondary authority holder that Gaia could ignore him? Or was Gaia actually a defective product, so she couldn't differentiate between priority and priority. As Tainzi thought about it, he suddenly turned his gaze to Wang Hu was being subdued by Gaia. From the beginning, Wang Hu didn't close his eyes. Although he couldn't speak, there was no doubt that he had been paying attention to Tainzi's actions. Tainzi sneered and walked directly to Wang, who was imprisoned at this moment. Tyrant fist. At this time, Tainzi coldly snorted and moved his hands as if they were flying. 2 of his fingers stretched out straight. Look at my tyrant scissors. Ah! The scissor hands stabbed into Wang Hu's eyes. Wang Hu. At this moment, the muscles on Wang Hu's face were twitching crazily and his veins were bulging. It was just that he was unable to move. However, Tainzi didn't seem to be satisfied with just 1 tyrannical scissors. At this time, he continuously released the names of the moves, and his hands were like phantoms as he crazily slapped Wang Hu's body. 18 dragons subduing palms. 6 pulses, godly sword. 1,000 years of death. God's hand. Aha. 9 solitary swords. Starburst slash. Monkey steals peach. Ah. Heaven and earth, founding star. Eat my big curry stick. After an unknown amount of time, Tainzi finally stopped. He raised both of his hands and slowly pressed them down. At the same time, he let out a long sigh. Done and done. Feels good. The classic of mountains and seas, Eastern classic of Beyond the Sea recorded. In the country of green hills, the fox has 4 legs and 9 tails. At first, the fox was regarded as an auspicious beast. There was also an ancient saying, when the world is peaceful, it is auspicious. However, at some point in time, the image of the fox was distorted and demonized. There was also a saying that the fox ate humans, the woman in white. The Yu Sanyang that Ming Tushan spoke of had already left. However, everyone recalled the words and actions of the woman in white, and every detail when she appeared. Impossible. This woman has no demonic aura at all. At this time, an older demon frowned and said, she is basically a human. How can she be a descendant of the 9-tailed celestial fox? Ming Tushan shook his head and said, this is related to a secret, but actually it's not really a secret. Everyone here has more or less heard of such a rumor, right? That place. That place? Which place? The younger Taoists were somewhat confused. Only the older Taoists and the older demons were thoughtful after hearing this. That's right, that place. Ming Tushan nodded and said, we don't know its background, let alone its origin. We can only use that place to describe it. We only know that it is a shop, and a shop that sells everything. According to legend, 500 years ago, Yu Sanyang bought herself the opportunity to be a human in that place. She bought the opportunity to be a human. In Taoist terms, it was to shed the demon fetus and be reborn as a human. However, this was almost impossible. The legendary Zenith, Heaven Golden Immortal, might be able to do it, and so might the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation in the netherworld. How is it possible? How can a demon turn into a human? Someone could not help but exclaim. But it's true. The person who said this was 100 Tribulations Taoist. He said slowly, as the descendant of the 9-tailed celestial fox, Yu Sanyang's status in the demon clan is actually very high. Everyone should know that 1,000 years ago, the demon race had not declined. At that time, Yu Sanyang was a peerless great demon that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of the 4 spirit races and the greedy wolf star of the greedy wolf race. This was something that almost everyone in the Tao world at that time knew. However, this was something that happened 1,000 years ago. Over the past 1,000 years, the Kelowna Tao world had gradually declined, and there were not many who could survive from that era. 100 Tribulations Taoist was one, and Black Tortoise Clan's Ming Tushan was another. Even the city lord of Fengdu, Ghost City, Xiaoxingma, had only become a ghost king in the later era and had not reached this period of history. About 500 to 600 years ago, Yu Sanyang suddenly disappeared. Not long after, she suddenly appeared and worshipped the Anatta truth sect as a human, becoming the last disciple of the Anatta truth sect's sect master at that time. 100 Tribulations Taoist recalled and said, "Not many people know about this matter. Everyone keeps this matter a secret because this matter has a great impact on both the Tao world and the demon world." Demons and humans were originally two different races. If demons could directly turn into humans, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Would the demon clan in the world be extinct one day? Although this idea seemed to be a bit too far-fetched at that time, and it was a groundless worry. However, such an incredible thing as demons turning into humans had already happened, and it really made those big shots of the demon world think about all kinds of possibilities. Many of the younger generation were listening to Dark Tushan and 100 Calamity talk about ancient legends, giving them a good lesson on the history of the Tao demon realm. No one questioned the words of these two old men, because 100 Tribulations, Taoist, demon world, and Ming Tushan were completely the type of people who had lived long enough to see. However, no matter how high Yu Sanyang's seniority was, for the people present, they only remembered one thing: that place. That place had the means to turn demons and even high-level nine-tailed celestial foxes into humans. Wait, if this white-clothed woman is really the white moon fairy that the seniors are talking about, then she said that the things here can't be taken easily. Could it be that this is that place? This, in the legend, isn't that place in the form of a shop? No matter how you look at it, this place looks like a huge island. Thinking about it carefully, there are so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures here. Most of them have different storage conditions and living habits. But incredibly, they all grow together in this forest. Also, the gold and silver jewelry on the beach in front can't be naturally formed. Someone must have collected them. That's right, I'm afraid it's the owner of this place. But to have such unpredictable means, what is the origin of the owner of this place? Everyone looked at each other and discussed, as if they had completely forgotten their initial suggestion of looting. Only Ming Tushan and 100 Tribulations Taoist demon world sighed inwardly. This was not something that they had just started to notice, nor was it something that they should start to think about now. There were so many treasures here, so there must be an owner. However, those who realized this point didn't mention it at the beginning. Everyone pretended not to know about it. Everyone felt that if they didn't mention it, these things would become ownerless. Taoist 100 Tribulations. Even you didn't mention it at the beginning, right? Ming Tushan said softly. 100 Tribulations Taoist said indifferently. That's why I haven't become an immortal yet. I'm still a Tao, querying realm, cultivator, immortal. Ming Tushan shook his head. Wasn't he the same? However, at this moment, something seemed to be flying toward them, from above the forest. Not just one, but a large group. It was actually hundreds of little girls with long purple hair who looked exactly the same. While the Tao demons were still in shock, these hundreds of little girls landed beside each Tao demon at an extremely fast speed. Gaia, the manager of the prototype treasure house, at your service, esteemed subscriber. The same tone, the same words, came out of the mouths of these hundreds of little girls at the same time, in front of everyone. Chapter 1046. Both the Taoist Association and the Monster Association had one each. No, each of them had an identical Gaia standing next to them. Gaia. They used the same intonation, the same tone, and even the same expression. The multiple voices overlapped, but there was no difference between them. Treasure house manager, purchasers, what were they talking about? But in the next moment, someone remembered what the woman in white, Yu Sanyang, had said. It's not easy to get the things here. Could it be that these identical little girls were the owners of this place? Or were they closely related to the owners of this place? Please choose what you want. The overlapping voices rang clearly in the ears of the people and the monsters. Don't think that a little girl like this could make people defenseless and feel no threat at all. They suddenly appeared and accurately hit all the Taoists and monsters on the spot. Even the big shots had one standing beside each of them at this moment. Besides, 100 Tribulation Taoist and the others seemed to be caught off guard as well. If they had shown up to attack at the beginning, how many of the Taoists and monsters in this place would be able to stand unharmed? Some things weren't suitable to be investigated, because once the investigation went beyond a certain limit, it would only bring about panic. As the saying goes, it's too dangerous to think carefully. This was the simple truth. Are you the manager of these treasures? Finally, a voice broke the silence among the crowd. It attracted everyone's attention in an instant. They found that this was a rather young-looking Taoist. His magic power waves were very weak. In this Punlai summit of Mount Tai, he might just be a bystander or a lucky person brought by his sect to see the world. Confirm. But this time, only the little girl next to the young Taoist answered. As for the other little girls, Gaia, they didn't respond. So the Taoists and monsters started to ask the Gaias in front of them. The result was that all the Gaias could answer different questions at the same time. It seemed that these little girls were exactly the same, but were actually different individuals. But if Tei Inzi was here, he probably wouldn't think so. After all, Tei Inzi had seen with his own eyes how Gaia had split herself. In other words, there were so many Gaias here, and they were carrying out more than one thought at the same time. Soon, the Taoist Association and the Monster Association understood some things from Gaias. For example, all the treasures in this forest did belong to this treasure house. In this treasure trove, they seemed to be the so-called subscribers. In other words, they could take these treasures away from the treasure trove through the means of purchase. They didn't get them for nothing, but they got them with a price. This was the psychological difference from what they had thought at the beginning. They could obviously pick them up with their abilities, so why did they have to pay? Greed was clearly not limited to ordinary people. Even cultivators who had stepped into the Tao world had the basic original sin of human nature. In other words, they were not believing in evil. Esteemed subscriber, what you have taken is a dark star crystal. This product has a one-hit special characteristic. Suddenly, one of the Gaias spoke slowly. At the same time, a man in his 40s in front of this Gaia, who was not wearing a Taoist robe but a tang suit, had an ugly expression on his face. This was because not only did he feel the gaze of this Gaia, but he also had to bear the gazes of all the Taoists and monsters present. However, he suddenly slammed his palm down and said angrily, "Nonsense! I don't even know what the star crystal you're talking about is. Don't make things up." This Gaia said expressionlessly, Scan result. The star crystal exists in the purchasers' bodies, in the stomach of living creatures. Isn't this Tao Tai sect's perfected eater? I heard that the Tao Tai sect has a special technique that can use the stomach to cultivate the power to swallow everything and extract the spirit chi of objects. It's a sect that can increase one's dermic powers as long as one eats. Don't tell me perfected eater is really. The voices of discussion gradually became more and more numerous. In just a moment, the background of this middle-aged man had already been exposed to a good extent. Perfected eater only pursed his lips and didn't say a word. However, his expression was slightly gloomy. The Gaia in front of him continued speaking emotionlessly. Question: will the purchasers purchase this star crystal? However, perfected eater simply ignored it. He snorted and walked away. Question: will the purchasers purchase this star crystal? I said that I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't touch anything. You'd better stop before you go too far. Warning: this action can be regarded as a legal theft. Warning: this action can be regarded as a legal theft. Damn it! Where did this insensible gatekeeper come from? Perfected eater scolded angrily. Without thinking, he waved his hand and slapped this Gaia's face. Slap. There was a very crisp sound of a slap. However, after this angry slap, perfected Eastern eating regretted it immensely. This meant that there were many legendary figures of the Tao world, young talents, and even big shots of the demon clan there. If he slapped him, he was afraid that Perfected Eater's reputation in the two realms would hit rock bottom. However, he was indeed forced to do so. This little girl's gaze made him tremble in fear. It was as if she had peeled off everything and looked directly at everything in his heart. That kind of instinctive resistance almost instantly broke through the line of rationality and reached the other side of impulsiveness. Taoist Eater, think about it. Did you accidentally eat something and forget it? Taoist Master 100 Tribulations suddenly said. Eater was stunned at first. Then he reacted. The 100 Tribulations Association's master was giving him a way out. He shuddered and wanted to salvage some of his reputation. However, if he followed the 100 Tribulations Association's instructions, he would be confirming his bad behavior. He could only go all the way. Perfected Eater laughed bitterly in his heart, but said calmly, Senior 100 Tribulations, don't tell me you also believe the nonsense of this thing of unknown origin. Taoist Master 100 Tribulations frowned. How could he not see through Perfected Eater's thoughts? However, at that moment, Gaia, who had slapped Perfected Eater, suddenly straightened her face. There was no bright red handprint on her face. Instead, it was still white and flawless. Judgment. The subscriber committed theft. Judgment. The subscriber has committed a violent act of robbery. Judgment result. The subscriber will be eliminated. The destruction system will be uploaded. Destruction mode activate. At that moment, Perfected Eater's heart was beating nonstop for some reason. Cultivators would more or less get impulsive, and this was one of those moments. He was extremely flustered. Wait, Perfected Eater, what did you take? How much do you need? I'll pay for you. Taoist Master 100 Tribulations realized something. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with Perfected Eater and hurriedly shouted. However, Gaia's appearance had begun to change. It was completed in an instant. Her long hair instantly turned pale white. At the same time, black tattoos that resembled the sharp teeth of wild beasts appeared on the left and right sides of her face. Her pair of delicate hands instantly turned into enormous, blood-red metal claws. What are you doing? Perfected Eater was both shocked and furious. Gaia, who had changed her appearance, ignored him. Her figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that all the Taoists and demons present couldn't react in time. Really? Perfected Eater was still talking. However, the moment he finally finished speaking, Sage Eastern Eater's body felt as if it had been swept by a net made of sharp steel wires. His head, his shoulders, his body, and his limbs all cracked and fell to the ground. In the end, the only thing that remained in the memories of all the Taoists and demons was Perfected Eater's panicked gaze. His eyeballs had already fallen to the ground. The moment Sage Indiscriminate Eater's body shattered, a large red metal claw abruptly pierced into Sage Indiscriminate Eater's shattered body. When Perfected Eater's body completely shattered and turned into a neat and delicate pile of flesh on the ground, only Gaia, who had changed her appearance, was standing at the side. On her blood-red metal claw, there was a strange blue and white crystal about the size of a fist. The thief has been eliminated. The goods have been returned. Perfected Eater wasn't particularly famous in the Tao Association. However, in terms of strength, he wasn't at the bottom. He was probably at the middle level. However, he didn't even have the strength to fight back before his body was shattered by this terrifying little girl. This scene landed in the eyes of all the Tao Yao, causing them to gasp. If all the Gaias here had the same ability. This was another question that would make people feel fear once they continued to investigate. Question: does the subscriber want to buy? Almost at the same time, the 7 or 8 Gaias began to face the Taoists and demons standing in front of them and ask the same question. The only difference was that the treasures they were referring to were different. These guys were probably like Perfected Eater. When no one was paying attention, They secretly use their own methods to hide something, right? I I was just curious, so I took it out to take a look. I didn't hide anything. A demon from the Black Tortoise clan shook his clothes in a panic. Immediately, a crimson plant fell from his clothes. This Black Tortoise demon quickly picked up this strange plant and held it with both hands, extending it to the Gaia in front of him. At the same time, the other Taoists and monsters also took out the things they had hidden in different places. At this time, who would care about the problem of reputation? As for the unified looting and distribution that Azure Dragon Song Jinshu had mentioned, who cared about that? Motherf asterisk cur. A bunch of useless guys. I can't stand it anymore. A furious voice was heard. It was a member of the White Tiger clan. He seemed to be a guard who had been following the White Tiger young master, Huang Baifu. However, after moving to this place, the White Tiger young master, Huang Baifu, had disappeared. As a result, the White Tiger clan here was temporarily without a leader. As the saying goes, treasures belong to those who are capable. The monster grinned and took out a strange fruit. He laughed loudly and said, "Bye. Why should this be yours just because you say so? I picked it myself. It's mine." This arrogance was the same as Huang Baifu's. It was unknown how strong this tiger demon was compared to Huang Baifu's peerless ferocious strength. This was what most people thought. Don't think that you can establish your dominance by killing Eater Eater. This demon sneered. What is Eater Eater? His magical power came late. It was impure and weak to the point of dying. There are so many Taoist demons here. Do you think I'm afraid of you freaks? Finished speaking, quite a few members of the White Tiger clan approached this demon's side one after another. This demon cupped his hands toward Song Jinshu and Chu Xinghe, clan leader Tsang, ritual master Chu. Although my young master is not here, we can't go back empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Why don't we unite? Perhaps it was because Yu Sanyang's background was so frightening that Song Jinshu was much more silent after the setback. In the face of the White Tiger tribe's suggestion, he only frowned and did not immediately answer. Even Chu Xinghe was silent at this moment. It could be seen that the Green Dragon clan and the Vermilion Bird clan seemed to be on the same side. At least for now, there was a sense of unity. Speaking of which, Huang Baifu's guard wasn't stupid. At least he knew to pull everyone together to snatch the treasures instead of announcing the ownership of the treasures, like Huang Baifu. Let's listen to how these treasures are sold first. Black Tortoise Ming Tushan said slowly, "Young man, don't be too impulsive. Think thrice before you act. Don't drag everyone into the abyss of suffering." "Humph. I knew your Black Tortoise clan was afraid of trouble. 1,000-year-old tortoise, 1,000-year-old tortoise, you're right." The White Tiger demon snorted again. At this moment, just as he looked at Ming Tushan and said this, he unexpectedly punched Gaia, who was beside him. This punch couldn't be compared to Huang Baifu's tyrant fist, but its momentum wasn't inferior at all. Only a bang could be heard. Gaia, who was in front of him, was directly smashed to the ground by his punch. The ground shattered, sand and stones flew, and a large amount of smoke and dust was raised. As for Gaia, who had suffered this punch, her body sank into the ground. Her neck was twisted in an abnormal manner. She looked like a broken doll. Nothing much. He abruptly took half a step back. The broken Gaia's head was like a rusty gear, twisting back little by little, and her body slowly rose up. Judgment. The subscriber is violently snatching the treasures. Judgment result. The subscriber will be eliminated. Destruction system uploaded. Destruction mode activate, 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 activate. It wasn't just this Gaia. At this moment, all the Gaias present were saying the same thing. It was as if countless activate were ringing in their ears, and the whole world was covered by activate. Chapter 1047. A large amount of strange black patterns appeared on their faces, and their purple pupils emitted a biting cold light. The gorgeous purple dresses of the Gaias began to shrink and transform, finally turning into a strange battlesuit that clung to every inch of their skin. This made their bodies even more slender, with golden ratio legs and slightly bulging chests and huge claws that didn't match their size at all. Symmetrical light wings grew out from their hands, and behind the light wings, a circle full of complicated patterns appeared. They lined up in the air like an army. They are simply like battle weapons. It was unknown if it was the voice of the Taoist or the monsters, because at this moment everyone's attention was focused on the Gaias. However, there wasn't much time left for the Taoist Association and the Monster Association to think and react, because after the Gaias finished transforming, they all swooped down. Not good, Taoist Master Huanyang shouted, because the Gaias were too fast. In front of Taoist Master Huanyang, a Gaia swung her claws down. In the blink of an eye, Taoist Master Huanyang only had time to wave his magic item to barely block the attack of this Gaia. His legs were instantly slammed into the ground. He didn't have time to care about anything else. At this moment, screams could be heard coming from Sage Huanyang's side. He couldn't even tell if the screams came from the Taoist Association or the monsters. How many people were torn apart by the Gaia's swooping attack like Taoist Master Messy Eater, and how many people blocked the attack? Taoist Master Huanyang didn't dare to think too much, and he didn't have time to think about it because the Gaia attacking him didn't give him any time to breathe. Just like a brilliant warrior, after Taoist Master Huanyang blocked the first attack, the Gaia moved again. Her body completely violated the laws of physics, instantly accelerating to an unimaginable degree. Taoist Master Huanyang only felt a terrifying pain in his abdomen. The Gaia in front of him used a pair of scarlet metal claws to block the magic sword in his hand. At the same time, its body leaned back and both legs kicked out, simultaneously stepping on Taoist Huanyang's abdomen. Bang! Retreating, and crashing through countless ancient trees, Reverend Huanyang's body finally sank into a rock. He felt that his bones were like those of an old man with osteoporosis, as if they would break if he moved them. Huanyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his vision became blurry. He looked in front of him. He had smashed his way backward, creating a long hole in the lush ancient forest. But what about Gaia? Just as he was thinking to himself, Taoist Huanyang's vision blurred, and the terrifying Gaia appeared in front of him. Gaia's expression was ice cold, and the huge scarlet metal claw once again swung towards Reverend Huanyang. This Gaia, no, if all the Gaias had the same power, then wouldn't all the Tao demons here? Taoist Master Huanyang shuddered and instinctively swung his magic sword at Gaia's huge metal claw. Ding! The magic sword slashed at Gaia's huge scarlet claw. What made Taoist Master Huanyang despair was that the magic sword that had accompanied him for many years only left a shallow cut on Gaia's huge scarlet claw. But his magic sword broke at that moment. Taoist Master Huanyang's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly made 2 hand seals on his legs. Divine travel. The Tao technique that increased the speed of his legs made his body several times lighter. Instead of advancing, he retreated and pulled away from Gaia. After the magic sword in his hand broke, it was useless, even more useless than an ordinary broken sword. Thus, Taoist Master Huanyang could only throw it on the ground with heartache. Nevertheless, in the Tao world, he was a Tao cultivator that was infinitely close to the Tao querying realm. In the entire Kelowna Tao world, Taoist Master Huanyang was confident that he could enter the top 20 and could be considered one of the strongest Taoists in the world. After cultivating for hundreds of years, he had experienced many tough battles. He quickly recovered and adjusted his state of mind. A Taoist's strongest point was not his martial arts, but his martial arts were used for self-defense. A Taoist's strongest point was naturally his powerful Tao techniques. Gaia, on the other hand, was the type that leaned towards close combat as long as he could seal her and prevent her from getting close. there might be other ways to defeat her. However, he did not know how the President, Hundred Tribulations Taoist, and the others were doing. However, in that split second of distraction, the Gaia in front of him had already raised a scarlet claw. While Taoist Master Huanyang was astonished, the raised scarlet claw began to change shape again, splitting, shrinking, rotating, and reassembling. How long did it take? 1 second? 2 seconds? Or 3 seconds? After the transformation, the scarlet claw disappeared and was replaced by a huge round cannon muzzle. On the huge cannon muzzle, a large number of short light beams gathered rapidly and shot out in the next moment. Damn it, who said that this horrible thing only had close combatability? The blazing white light beam shot out from Gaia's cannon muzzle. A strong light flashed, and Taoist Master Huanyang could only rely on his instincts to dodge the light beam attack. Taoist Master Huanyang even felt that he was lucky to be able to dodge it. However, after the light beam flew past him, it did not disappear at the end of the shooting range as expected. Instead, it disappeared due to the exhaustion of energy. The light beam was like a living thing. At the end of the shooting range, it suddenly twisted and made a parabola before shooting up into the sky. The moment it shot up into the sky, the light beam split into hundreds of light beams, twisting and turning in the sky before pouring down. A large-scale AoE attack. It was like a meteor shower falling down. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, Taoist Master Huanyang felt the so-called despair. At this moment, in the sky above the forest, Taoist Master Huanyang was not the only one who suffered this attack. Dozens of Gaias rushed up into the sky at the same time. Their huge scarlet claws had already changed their shape. Those terrifying light beams were gathering at the mouth of their cannons. Hundreds and thousands of tiny light beams fell down like a storm. The degree of density made it impossible for anyone to find any space to dodge. Only the rumbling sound of despair could be heard. Boom, boom, boom. After a long time of bombardment, the Gaias finally stopped. The forest below had been razed to the ground. The treasures coveted by the Tao and demon world and the primitive ancient forest had completely disappeared. What was left was a barren, yellowish land that had been bombarded. Its surface was uneven like the surface of the moon. At that moment, some of the Gaias were hovering in the air, while others were standing on the ground that had been completely destroyed. Their eyes kept flashing, and a large number of complex symbols kept appearing in their pupils. They seemed to be investigating those who were still alive. The gazes of the Gaia swept over the fallen figures on the ground. When one of the Gaia's gaze swept over a figure, it stopped. This guy fell to the ground, but didn't lose consciousness and tried to stand up with difficulty. But he was so weak his face was full of dirt, and his left arm was broken in the last round of bombardment. In this tragic situation, his eyes were full of fear. Facing these indifferent things, his mind was on the verge of collapse. When he noticed that one of the Gaias was looking at him, the only thing he could do was to scream in horror. He screamed in horror, staring at his legs in horror, and forced himself to move backward. But at this moment, this Gaia had raised the cannon on its left arm, and its eyes were motionless as a beam of light shot out, leaving a small hole in the center of his forehead. He directly fell to the ground. And all of this, he was afraid that he would never be able to stand up again. The rest of the Gaias continued to search. They didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, because the number of people from both the Taoist and monster realms who fell here was different from the number at the beginning. Under their concentrated attacks, a dozen or so escaped. It was very likely that they were hiding in the forest ahead. So, the dozen or so Gaias directly flew into the forest ahead, and the remaining Gaias began to fly toward a common target. They kept fusing and finally turned back into one. The only Gaia left behind looked at the destroyed environment and seemed to be in deep thought. Repair, this seemed to be the result she came to after thinking about it. So she slowly extended her right hand, and next to her right hand, a distorted space opened, She took out a strange container from the distorted space, something like a shower head. There was a small screen on the container and a control interface. Gaia pressed on the interface, and the container shot out a pale white light. Gaia held the container in her hand and began to use the beam of light to sweep the destroyed area around her. Not long after, Gaia flew into the air and tipped the container in her hand. Some colorful light rain sprinkled down from the container, and on the ground, after absorbing the light rain, green vegetation began to rapidly grow. Everything was recovering. He could already hear the sound of his heartbeat. It was so clear and so fast. Hiding in an unknown bush, he felt as if his throat had been burned by fire. At the same time, an intense pain came from his shoulder. On his shoulder, there was a wound as thick as a wrist, and blood was madly flowing out. That was a terrifyingly large-scale attack. His companions didn't even have time to react before their bodies were directly wiped out by those powerful beams of light. The only thing he could be thankful for was that he knew how to use the Earth escape technique. Before the attack arrived, he had dived into the ground and thus avoided a disaster. But his shoulder was still hit by those beams of light. He carefully peeped at the mottled sky through the dense shadows of the forest, because he knew that at least 20 the thing had already flown into the forest and were searching for him. Maybe he was not the only one who had successfully escaped from that destructive attack. He needed to do something. He needed to leave this terrifying place. At this moment, even if there was a rare treasure growing less than half a meter away from where he was hiding, he didn't have the intention to take it away, or rather, he didn't dare to have any thoughts. He was afraid that once his greed rose, he would directly attract that thing. At that time, what awaited him was probably only death. The sound of his breathing had been reduced to the lowest, and he needed to calm his breath as fast as possible, even if it was because of the rapid heartbeat caused by fear. Still lying on the ground, he crawled forward step by step, crawling forward in the weeds that were half the height of a person. But at this moment, his body seemed to be sucked in by something. He only felt that he seemed to have fallen into a place that was completely dark. The whole process didn't last long. When he realized that the falling had stopped, he saw a few figures walking towards him. "Don't come over. Don't!" He shouted in fear, and his rationality, that was on the verge of collapse, completely lost its control at this moment. He was so frightened that he forgot that he had cultivated for more than 100 years and his own abilities. Like a drowning person, he actually waved his arms wildly. "Calm down, Taoist Huang Mu. Look carefully, it's me." At this moment, light appeared in this dark place, and he, after a piercing pain in his vision, Taoist Huang Mu finally saw a few familiar faces clearly. 100 Tribulations Taoist Huanyang on the demons Mingtu. There was a member of the Taoist Association and another demon. President, Vice President. At this moment, Taoist Huang Mu was both sad and happy and felt like he had survived a disaster. He couldn't help but cry bitterly. "Try not to make too much noise." At this moment, Ming Tishan reminded this agitated survivor, "Those things are still here. This old man doesn't know if they can discover us." At this moment, Taoist Huang Mu took a deep breath and began to look around. The space here wasn't big, only about 20 square meters. It was like a room. "What is this place?" Taoist Huang Mu couldn't help but ask subconsciously. Ming Tushan said, "This is the inside of this old man's tortoise shell. It's considered a life-saving ability of mine. It can help us move stealthily underground and isolate the inside from the outside world. When we were moving stealthily, we discovered you, so we hurriedly took it in for you. Thank you for this treasure." Taoist Tushan, 100 Tribulations Taoist, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. "I only escaped. If you didn't escape as well, no one would be able to save you." Ming Tushan shook his head. "It's your ability to survive the disaster just now." Ability? Everyone looked at their only companions, then at Ming Tushan's tortoise shell ability. So many fairies in both the Taoist and demon worlds were almost all slaughtered by that thing in an instant. Now, It was very likely that only these people in the tortoise shell were left. Chapter 1048. They used something similar to a clay bomb to open the tomb. A muffled sound was heard, and then the soil suddenly sank a little. After that, Mr. Seven's men began to dig in this area. There was no such thing as a loyang shovel. It was said that it was already an era of high technology, and that kind of ancient tool was only used by experts in small workshops or by some lone wolves. After digging out the entrance, they began to test the oxygen content in the cave and eliminate the gas inside. No one knew if there were any harmful substances in the ancient tomb that had been silent for more than 1,000 years due to chemical reactions. The waiting time was not too long. The map that Mu Xianghua brought was said to be left behind by Su Fu, and there was a secret passage that led directly to the main tomb. According to the record of this secret passage on the map, if converted to modern units of measurement, the distance was about 3,000 meters. Not only did they build a huge tomb underground, but they also set up countless mechanisms in the tomb and a secret passage of more than 3,000 meters. This was unimaginable with the technological level of that time. It was like the Great Wall or the Pyramid. According to the current level of knowledge, I'm afraid that countless lives could be used to make up for the lack of technology in such an ancient and difficult building. Before leaving, when talking about the level of construction, Zhang Qingrui expressed such a feeling. Probably only the power of a country could be used. If not for the imperial family, I am afraid they wouldn't have such strength. Mr. Seven said casually at this time. He was more concerned about the situation inside the tomb. After all, the Li family's long-cherished wish of the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum was 1,000 years ago. As early as the Song dynasty, the ancestors of the Li family had already participated in the excavation of the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum. But that wasn't the actual Qin Shi Huang mausoleum. It's hard to do with manpower. If you want to do it, you can only rely on more manpower and blood, and even more sacrifices. But Song Haoren's mouth made a smacking sound at this time. He was chewing betel nut. This kind of betel nut was obtained from an old fellow of the Li family's team. Song Haoren easily became friends with others. But what if technology other than manpower can also achieve this? Or some part that can replace manpower? Young Master Song, you jest. At this time, Mr. Seven smiled and said, such an underground palace, even with modern technology, has many problems that need to be overcome. The structure of the mountain, the solidification of the mud, the transportation of materials, the choice of support points, and so on, as well as the overall design of the palace. Just these early preparations alone would probably take several years of investigation and research, not to mention the various problems they would encounter after the construction began. Building such a huge underground tomb is not something that can be done in 3 to 5 years. And how long has it been since the unification of the 6 nations until the death of the first emperor? I'm just saying. Song Haoren smiled and didn't say anything else. He grabbed a bit of soil near the entrance and rubbed it on his palm. Then he threw the soil into the hole. Song Haoren patted the dirt off his hands and smiled. It's about time to go in. Who's going first? Let's do it. Mr. Seven said seriously. We're more familiar with the tombs in the country. Song Haoren didn't have any objections. After nodding, he made a gesture to the group of Song family disciples. These disciples of the Song family moved quickly and were disciplined. They also prepared some infrared night vision goggles and gas masks for the Li family's men. Song Haoren's good intentions quickly gained the favor of the Li family's men. So, the Li family's men also took out some small toys and gave them to the Song family's disciples. They were all strange things. For example, an unknown beast horn, an amulet that was folded into a triangle, and some black donkey hooves. On the other hand, the Suzuki Kai people seemed to be completely ignored. In fact, except for Suzuki and his son, several senior cadres of Suzuki Kai were also very indignant. But they looked at the excellent equipment of the Song family and then looked at the things in their hands. Basically, most of them were empty-handed. However, Some of them had some knives. These weapons were already very powerful among the forces of Japan. They really couldn't take them out. As for the Lee family, although their equipment wasn't as exaggerated as the Song family's disciples, the tomb was completely opened by the Lee family's men. They were rich in experience and talked cheerfully. They really couldn't even say a word. Even the few high-ranking officers felt that they were useless, let alone the large group of subordinates. It was not a problem for these fellows to bully others, collect debts, and even fight in groups. But to come all the way to this place to dig up the tombs of other people's ancestors, it was really a bit too much for them to do. The only purpose of so many Suzuki-kai people was probably to make up the number of people and make up the scene. I really don't understand what the master's intention is. Several senior cadres began to quietly discuss at this moment. Is it really just for the sake of making up the scene? You fool! Think carefully. What's the use of so many people in a broken tomb? The professionals of the Song family and the Lee family are enough to look for treasures. We are very likely to be a burden. Then tell me, why did the master and the young master ask so many of us to come? Big brother, you mean, Shu? Don't forget what we do. I think the master and the young master's intention is definitely not now, but later. Later. Does the master and the young master mean that after they dig up all the treasures, then we will? This person made a throat-slitting gesture. Surprisingly, this actually got the approval of all the departments. Demon on demon. This immediately made them, who were bored out of their wits, excited. But the Song family's people's equipment is so exaggerated. Can we rob them? That's hard to say. One of the cadres narrowed his eyes. You see, they're starting to enter the tomb one after another. There are not many people left to guard the tomb, but they left a lot of equipment. Wait, we will do this, and then this, and this. That's a good idea. Let's talk to the master and the young master first. The voices of conspiracy. While the several Suzuki-kai cadres were secretly plotting something, Haruko Suzuki and Yuichi Suzuki, who were meditating on the other side, were very confused. What was wrong with the brains of these Suzuki-kai thugs? They were very imaginative. Natsuki Suzuki had brought so many members of the Suzuki Society with her. Her purpose was very clear. She wanted to provide them with food and a body that could be swapped at any time. She also wanted to use the popularity of her people to cover up her presence. When necessary, she could even use them as shields. But actually this works too. Haruko Suzuki's eyes suddenly turned. This immediately made Yuichi Suzuki look at him in confusion. Haruko Suzuki chuckled and said, I still can't find out where the human girl's guardian is, but I believe that this person must be hiding nearby. Since these Suzuki-kai idiots like to cause trouble, they might be able to alert the guardian hiding in the dark. Aren't you afraid that the other party will be unhappy and deal with you? You should know that you are very weak right now. Yuichi Suzuki frowned. Haruko Suzuki said casually, Don't worry, the other party probably hasn't found out yet. Otherwise, how can we still be safe? Although I didn't deliberately hide the soul thread that I planted on the human girl's body, the other party must be very clever to be able to find it and directly erase it. This kind of guy must be very confident in his own strength. Once he found out about us, how could he still be alive? Yuichi Suzuki thought about it and felt that Hakuda's words were somewhat reasonable. Not long after, several high-ranking Suzuki-kai officers quietly came to the side of Yuichi Suzuki and Haruko Suzuki and tactfully told them about the matter that they had discussed at the last minute. Originally, these officers were somewhat nervous, because Haruko Suzuki had always been very cautious. If he really wanted to do something like this, he would definitely make full preparations and wouldn't wait for them to take the initiative to ask. But what they didn't expect was that the master and the young master were very happy to agree. On the other hand, the Lee family had sent several old masters to explore the tomb first, and the group of people were waiting outside for the news of the exploration ahead. At this moment, Song Haran was standing with his eyes closed, as if he was resting, but he suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his face in the dark night. At this time, Song Haran summoned a soldier of the Song family and whispered in his ear, "There are 3 paths under the tomb. The map shows that the secret path is on the left. If there is no accident, the Lee family should be directly connected to the main tomb through the secret path. Later, let people explore the middle path and the right path in private. Just be careful, there aren't many traps on the way. Our equipment can detect them. The main thing is that if you find anything valuable on the way, bring it back to me, especially things like ancient books with words, understand?" "Understood, military advisor." Song Haran nodded and then narrowed his eyes. "In addition, Suzuki's group seems to be up to something. Let the brothers who stay behind pay attention. If they want to do something, just deal with it, do it cleanly. Our equipment is very expensive." The soldier seemed to have realized something, and then he sneered and then said, "Do we need to do anything else, military advisor?" Let me think." Song Haran pondered for a while, and then suddenly smiled brightly. "Let people prepare champagne and women at the place where we stay. After we go back, let the brothers relax." The soldier laughed in a low voice, and then walked away from Song Haran's side. Most of the time, the warriors from the village liked this young master. Apart from his terrifying ability, the most important thing was that he understood the needs of his subordinates very well. Furthermore, he was able to get along well with them. This was a completely different feeling from the supreme dignity of his father, a master who could always explore the most dangerous places with the soldiers. For the soldiers, how could they not like him? "You seem to be very happy?" Luocho walked over slowly at this time. "Oh, don't you want to see them open the tomb?" Song Haran patted Luocho's arm. He really liked this little guy who had just returned to the family, because he found something similar to himself in Luocho's eyes. Curiosity. Curious about everything, fearless and bold. It was really to Song Haran's liking. Song Haran spat out the beetle net in his mouth, and then smiled evilly. "Little Luocho, are you afraid of seeing blood?" Song Haran's eyes seemed to be a little bright, and he looked directly at Luocho's eyes. "Even if I don't say some things, I believe you have already thought about it, carefully thought about it. Actually, the old man and I have investigated your birth. You were born in a domestic police family. In fact, we don't know how much sense of justice you have, and what you think about illegal things. But as you can see, the Song family does these things." Luocho didn't say anything. He knew that Song Haran had more to say after this chatterbox. At this time, Song Haran said, "Relatives who share the same ancestors' blood as you. Their hands are stained with blood and are dirty. We can't wash our hands clean, and it will only be stained with more blood in the future. So, you who have accepted us, can you get used to it? Or do you plan to experience it once?" Luocho also looked at Song Haran and said softly, "Songing has been working hard to expand the Song dynasty group. She said that this may be a way out for the Song family in the future." Song Haran was stunned. He looked at Luocho and didn't speak for a while. After a while, Song Haran sighed, patted Luocho's shoulder, and said softly, "You know, now that I think about it, why did I meet you in Brazil? It's really incredible. But what made me hit on you, I still can't figure it out. It seems that this is a kind of arrangement. My intuition is very accurate most of the time, but I have never had such intuition with you." He walked past Luocho and whispered in his ear, "Don't care about Dad, don't care about songing. How much can I trust you?" "Don't worry. So far, I still like you guys very much." Luocho gave such an answer that surprised Song Haran. Song Haran frowned thoughtfully, then nodded. "Be careful later, don't leave my side. If there is any danger, I won't care about your female classmate. I will only care about your life. There shouldn't be any problem." Luocho turned around and smiled casually. His fingers, which were hidden behind his back, quietly snapped. "Master Suzuki, young Master Suzuki." The old master of the Lee family came back and said that there is no problem, we can officially enter the tomb. Mu Xianghua ran back at this time. Yuichi Suzuki and Haruko Suzuki looked at each other, nodded, and stood up. As one of the leaders, after they met up with the Zhang family and the Song family, they were the first group of people to enter the tomb together. A folding ladder had been set up at the entrance of the cave. Yuichi Suzuki and Haruko Suzuki followed the old master of the Lee family and climbed into the tunnel. As for the Song family's Song Haoran and the others, they followed behind. But when they landed, Haruko Suzuki suddenly stood still, and his face changed dramatically. At the same time, Yuichi Suzuki's face suddenly became ugly. He hurriedly glanced at Hakata, and his low voice sounded a little cold. "What the hell is going on?" Haruko Suzuki's voice was not stable at this time, and it seemed to be a little panicked. "I don't know, all the marks disappeared. And what was worse was that for some reason Hakata's soul was completely imprisoned in Haruko Suzuki's body, and it could not leave at all." Chapter 1049. In the darkness, Haruko Suzuki felt someone pat him hard on the shoulder. This caused his reaction to be a little too big. He abruptly turned around, his gaze sweeping past like a venomous snake. This made the heart of the Lee family's master, who was leading the way and patting him on the shoulder, skip a beat. For a moment, he thought he was not looking into a human's eyes. "What are you doing?" Haruko Suzuki's voice was low, seemingly containing suppressed anger. The Lee family's master frowned and said, "This is the young master of the Suzuki family, right? I saw that the two of you were standing still, so I wanted to ask if there was a problem." Haruko Suzuki shook his head and said casually, "It's just that it's too dark suddenly, so I'm not used to it." Looking at Haruko Suzuki's answer, Yuichi Suzuki, or rather, Lienjin, knew very well that Hakata's reaction was entirely due to fear. Now he and Hakata basically existed in the state of souls, each relying on the Suzuki family's father and son. This kind of reliance could be changed at any time, which made them very convenient and safe. However, the moment they entered the tomb, their souls were imprisoned in the Suzuki family's father and son. This meant that they had become targets for someone else. Moreover, this other person had even sealed their souls without them noticing, and had also quietly erased the hundreds of marks that Orochi had made. Could it be this guardian is at the Tao Fruit Realm? Haruko Suzuki sighed and looked around nervously. "As far as I know, ever since the Immortal Path was cut off, Kelowna hasn't had a Tao Fruit Realm Demon Immortal or a Demon Immortal equivalent to the Tao World Realm for more than 2,000 years. Yuichi Suzuki frowned and said in a low voice, "If there is, when did they start to live until now, before the path to immortality was cut off?" Haruko Suzuki laughed bitterly. It seemed that all his guesses about the guardian behind the human girl were just wishful thinking. The guardian probably didn't even bother to make a move. However, was this a warning, or did it mean something else? Erasing those markings, at the same time imprisoning his and Lien Jun's souls. Other than that, not restricting their movements, and at this moment, not exposing them. This kind of confusing attitude really made Hakata feel uneasy. It had even considered giving up on this mission and giving up on the marquee pearl that was crucial to it. In short, it had to protect its own life first. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. However, this thought didn't last long. What made Hakata and Lien Jun's expressions change drastically again was that even though their souls were imprisoned in the Suzuki father and son, at this moment, they felt that their powers were increasing exponentially. No, it was not increasing. Since leaving Yen Wuiwe's world, the two of them had been at the lowest level of their abilities. At this moment, they clearly felt that their powers were recovering rapidly. They didn't know how much time had passed. It could be just a breath's time, or it could be just a few seconds. In short, they had already recovered more than half of their original powers. However, they still couldn't leave the Suzuki father and son's bodies. Just as the two of them were in a state of shock, a voice rang out in their hearts at the same time. It was ethereal and unreal. After hearing it, they couldn't remember the voice, but the content of the voice was so profound that it seemed to be imprinted in their hearts. It's about time. Let's recover to this point. But this is only a temporary recovery. I'll have to trouble the two of you to protect me during this excavation. If they can come back safely after leaving the ancient tomb, I'll reduce the recovery rate by 70%, and the rest will be your reward. How about it? If you agree, please nod your head. Hakeda and Lien Zhen instantly looked at each other. What they couldn't see was not only the surprise in each other's eyes, but also the fear in each other's eyes. The recovery of their powers wasn't wrong. The surging power that surged out from all parts of their bodies wasn't fake. So they were unusually excited, but it was also because of this that they felt terrified. There was no contact, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of strange phenomenon around them. But their powers recovered as if they were born out of thin air. It was like creating something out of thin air. Creating something out of nothing. I'm afraid. Haruko Suzuki took a deep breath at this moment, and his voice trembled a little. Even a real immortal can't do it. Hakeda understood that he who had once stolen part of the fragment world's power in Yen Wuyue's world couldn't do this in Yen Wuyue's small world, let alone in the main world. Lien Zhen was silent at this time, but his eyes were cold. He didn't like the feeling of being controlled by others, which reminded him of the countless years he had been carrying the fate of the greedy wolf star. What should we do? Haruko Suzuki asked in a low voice at this time. Yuichi Suzuki slowly closed his eyes and then nodded his head. Seeing this, Haruko Suzuki frowned, but he had to follow and nod his head. The voice that rose from the bottom of their hearts had disappeared without a trace, so they couldn't find the source at all. But their powers didn't fade because of this. As for going back on their words with their restored powers, how could they dominate the whole scene? Hakeda wasn't that stupid. That horrible guy recovered his and Lien Zhen's powers out of thin air, so it would only take a thought to kill him. Going back on their words. Would they give you time to go back on your words? So you think you can turn the tables and kill them? It didn't exist. As for the Suzuki Kai people who planned to rob the Song family's equipment at the beginning, forget it. In front of that foul power. At this time, Suzuki Haruna let out a sigh of relief and resolutely walked towards Mr. Seven. After a while, Mr. Seven returned to Zhang Qingrui's side with a strange expression. At this moment, Song Haoren and Luoqiu had already climbed down the ladder. Zhang Qingrui didn't want to hide it from the Song family, so she asked directly, Uncle Seven, what did the young master of the Suzuki family say to you? Mr. Seven's expression was still strange. He looked at them and hesitated. He said that if we encounter any danger on the way, we can let his people go first, and they will try their best to ensure our safety. Even if it's necessary, they will help us go back safely, even if it's a corpse. What? Zhang Qingrui's small mouth slightly moved, almost thinking that she had misheard. Mr. Seven shook his head at this time and said inconceivably, I also thought that I misheard, but this young master of the Suzuki family really emphasized it in front of me again and again. I really don't know what medicine he is selling in his gourd. Zhang Qingrui looked at Song Haoren. This operation was a cooperation between the three families, and Song Haoren was the commander of the Song family, so his opinion would naturally influence the whole team. Just let them do it first. Song Haoren was also curious at this time. Even if it's a pile of corpses, they have to ensure our safety. To be honest, I really want to see how they will do it. This. Zhang Qingrui still wanted to say something. The topic of piling up corpses was a little distant for her, but Mr. Seven gave her a hint with his eyes. Mr. Seven said, Miss, let's wait and see. Although there are many Suzuki Kai people, most of them are from all walks of life, and their equipment is not as good as ours. Even if they want to make waves, they have to see whether their fists are big enough. Zhang Qingrui could only nod. Then, under the command of Suzuki and his son, some Suzuki Kai fighters were assigned to the front line, while the others who were in charge were waiting for the news at the back. If they found something and eliminated the danger, Zhang Qingrui, Song Haoren, and Suzuki and his son would be arranged to go forward and check it out. There was no other way. Song Haoran wanted to enjoy the excitement of facing the unknown when exploring an ancient tomb for the first time. Unfortunately, Mr. Seven only wanted Zhang Qingrui to have such an experience, not gain such an experience. Speaking of which, I'm very curious about one thing, Mr. Mu Xianghua. Song Haoran suddenly looked at Mu Xianghua with a smile at this time. At this time, the frontline team did not come back, but they did not hear any movement. At least the front was safe. Haha, Mr. Song, please go ahead. After seeing the Song family's troops, Mu Xianghua had already added a respectful title to Song Haoran. You said that this map was passed down by your ancestors. Song Haoran smiled at this time. After so many years, didn't your ancestors think of exploring this tomb? Looking at the surrounding environment, I'm afraid this is the first time it was opened, right? Hearing Song Haoran's words, Mr. Seven's eyes slightly narrowed. This question, when Mu Xianghua discussed with Zhang Lilinfang, the old lady had already considered it. But for some unknown reason, the old lady did not raise this question in several negotiations, because there was no doubt that the carbonization test of the sample of the map sent by Mu Xianghua had confirmed the approximate age of the map. This map was given to Mu Xianghua by the Takizawa family. Facing Song Haoran's sudden question, Mu Xianghua was stunned and could not think of how to answer it for a while. About this, haha. Song Haoran smiled casually. Mr. Mu, don't be nervous. I just want to know, I didn't ask about your ancestors' private matters. You don't have to answer me. Mu Xianghua could only nod at this time awkwardly. Song Haoran patted Mu Xianghua's shoulder, walked away casually, and began to look at the structure of the escape tunnel stone wall as if he was sightseeing. Mu Xianghua secretly wiped his cold sweat at this time, only feeling that when he was questioned by Song Haoran just now, it was like being stared at by a lion. He walked back to the Suzuki family's father and son, resentfully, but found that the father and son of the Suzuki family seemed to be a little strange, since just now the father and son of the Suzuki family actually walked in the team one after the other. At this time, the team in front sent someone to run back and said that they found a big tomb ahead, and there were some things in it that they wanted everyone to see. Anything that was worth taking a look at in the ancient tomb was of considerable value. For a clan like the Li family, anything that was worth taking a look at was naturally not ordinary. Soon, everyone followed the old master to the place that the team explored. As for the people of the three families behind them, they were in charge of bringing up the rear. Of course, the team in charge of leading the way still continued on their way. And didn't stop here. This greatly improved the efficiency of the whole exploration work. And this tomb that was worth the surprise of the old master of the Li family actually hid a world-famous thing. The terracotta warriors. Rows of lifelike terracotta warriors were now standing in the pit of the tomb, and there were so many of them, no less than 1,000. God! China purple, China blue. When the strong light shone into the tomb, the moment the light illuminated the terracotta warriors that had been sealed for 2,000 years, Zhang Qingrui actually covered her mouth with her small hand because of excitement. China purple, China blue? Song Haoran was startled, and he was quite puzzled. It refers to a kind of color painting in the Qin dynasty. Luoqiu answered Song Haoran's puzzlement. At this time, Luoqiu walked to the pit of the tomb naturally, squatted down, and reached out to touch the body of a terracotta warrior directly below, and said casually, in 1979, the archaeologists opened a tomb of the Qin dynasty in Lintong. When the tomb was opened, a variety of colors were displayed in front of everyone. Vermilion, purplish red, pinkish purple, pinkish blue, black white. Terracotta warriors with different expressions were in formation. However, the gorgeous colors only lasted for a short time. After being exposed to the air for a few minutes, the colors were dehydrated, warped, and peeled off. In the end, they became the familiar terracotta warriors that people talked about. Luoqiu stood up, and there seemed to be something on his fingers. He twirled his fingers slightly. As for what these disappearing colors are made of, it hasn't been determined yet. We just call them China purple and China blue. Oh, Song Haoran listened to Luacio's explanation with interest. And then he remembered something. Hey, aren't you a paleontologist? You are quite proficient in historical relics, right? Luocio just smiled casually, glancing at Zhang Qingrui. I borrowed some basic books from you and learned them on the spot. Zhang Qingrui gave a start. That was a long time ago. I remember you said you were interested in antiques. Zhang Qingrui smiled, suddenly recalling the appearance of Luocio when he first came to her antique shop. Life was really a wonderful thing. At that time, probably no one had thought that there would be such a day when they would excavate the tomb together. Hey, they are really peeling off. Song Haoran frowned at this time. The colors on the terracotta warriors were warped and peeled off piece by piece. Just as Luocio said, the only difference was that the colors were not peeled off because of the oxidation of the air. The reason why they were peeling off was that the terracotta warriors were moving at this time. Chapter 1050. But it was not only the painted layer on the terracotta soldiers that was peeled off. Large pieces of pottery were peeled off from the terracotta soldiers, falling to the ground and breaking apart. Obviously, the terracotta soldiers were not dead. They all had withered faces. Their skin had completely turned into a grayish-black color, perhaps due to the fact that it had been glued too tightly to the clay over the long years. They lowered their heads, but soon some of them raised their heads. They closed their eyes, but soon some opened their eyes. Kacha! Kacha! Paka, the pottery layer on the terracotta soldiers, was finally peeled off. A burst of gray mud rose from their feet, and the air was filled with a rotten smell. The first reaction of the Song family soldiers was to raise the modern weapons in their hands and move closer to Song Haoran and the others. As for the old masters of the Li family, their reaction was a little slower. As for the Suzuki Kai soldiers, looking at the frightened expression on their faces, it would probably take some time for them to react. What the hell is this? Mr. Seven, who had decades of experience in entering tombs, had never seen such a strange thing. Entering tombs, especially tombs from ancient times, would sometimes encounter some unclean things. However, the Li family, an ancient family of robbers, had accumulated a considerable amount of knowledge over the years, allowing Mr. Seven and the others to find a solution from it. But living people were hidden in the terracotta soldiers. This was never seen before, not even in any records of the Li family. They moved again. Mu Xianghua's panicked voice sounded at this moment. At this moment his legs were trembling and his face was pale. There was a trace of regret on his face. It seemed that he regretted taking over this job from the Takizawa family. But no matter how frightened Mu Xianghua was, everyone had to face this problem. These monsters came out of the terracotta soldiers, slowly walking toward them. And the first one had climbed out of the pit. Bang! In the tomb, a gunshot suddenly sounded. The bullet accurately hit the center of the forehead of the monster that climbed out of the pit. The powerful impact made the monster's head tilt back. It stopped, but it was still standing. At this moment, the surroundings were so quiet that it was frightening. All eyes were focused on this weirdo who had climbed up. Suddenly it lowered its head. Its eyes were bloodshot and crimson tears flowed out of its eyes. Tears of blood! The bullet wound on its forehead was also dripping with dark red blood. A low and suppressed roar came out from its mouth. Facing this fatal attack, not only did it not die, it even seemed to have entered a state of madness. It suddenly flew over. Bang, bang, bang. The Song family soldiers holding the submachine guns did not hesitate to pull the trigger, and the bullets immediately sprayed on the strange man's body. Shell casings also fell densely to the ground. Under the frenzied barrage of attacks, the body of the monster that was lunging at Kirin was finally intercepted. Its body was now like a wooden board with thousands of holes. It had already turned into a blood man. Poof! At this moment it had fallen to the ground, but its palm was still grabbing upwards. This action caused one of the Song family soldiers, who was already nervous, to suddenly pull the trigger again. The bullet hit the arm of the monster and directly knocked it down. This monster did not move at this time. Its eyes were closed, but strangely, a more strange smile appeared on its ferocious face. It's smiling. Someone's voice was unknown. Finally, it's free, it's normal to smile. But the next voice was recognized by everyone. It was the voice of the young master of the Suzuki family, Haruxin Suzuki. Everyone subconsciously looked at Haruxin Suzuki. At this time, Haruko Suzuki walked directly to the corpse of the monster, squatting down and touching here and there, then slowly said, "These people have died long ago, but were refined into living dead. Their souls were also imprisoned in the bodies of the living dead by some kind of secret technique." After saying this, Haruko Suzuki stood up, lifted his foot, and kicked the corpse of the monster into the pit in front of him, imprisoned for more than 2,000 years and never seen the light of day. Now that the soul can escape and rest in peace, it's normal for it to be happy. Young Master Suzuki, how do you know this? The one who was curious was Songhauren. At this time, his eyes were fixed on this young master of the Suzuki family, who gave him a somewhat different feeling. At this time, Haruko Suzuki turned his face, glanced at Songhauren casually, and said, "Nonsense. Do you know about Yin-Yang Masters?" "I know some methods of Yin-Yang Masters." Everyone looked at each other, surprised by this young master of the Suzuki family's explanation. But at the same time, they had to try to believe this explanation. After all, a living person who walked out of the 2,000-year-old terracotta army and didn't die immediately after being shot in the head was enough to subvert people's understanding. "Young Master Suzuki, be careful." At this time, Mu Xianghua cried out in alarm. It turned out that behind Haruko Suzuki, one monster after another began to climb out of the pit at this time. They were densely packed like ants, and at this moment, they had all squeezed to the edge of the pit. This terrifying scene made the people holding guns break out in cold sweat again, and they hurriedly raised their weapons again. But at this time, Haruko Suzuki snorted lightly, and without making any big movements, he just opened his palm. A purple light floated in his palm, and then shot out. In the blink of an eye, the purple light shone brightly, illuminating every corner of the tomb. When the purple light shone on the bodies of the freaks, they all stopped. Their bloodshot eyes slowly closed, and then they lowered their heads. There was no more movement. "Don't worry, I've temporarily put the souls of these guys to sleep." Haruko Suzuki put his hands into his trouser pockets and said indifferently, "It's the souls inside that drive the bodies of the living dead. When the souls calm down, these living dead are nothing to be afraid of. Besides," Haruko Suzuki's eyes swept over the well-equipped soldiers of the Song family and suddenly sneered, "They may not be able to defeat them. After all, the weapons of you humans are quite lethal." No one paid attention to this young master of the Suzuki family's so-called "you humans." Perhaps they actually heard it, but their brains were not paying attention to it at this time. Because now that these monsters had calmed down, it seemed that a disaster had been averted, and everyone subconsciously felt relieved. Ha ha ha! As expected of young Master Suzuki, Mu Xianghua eagerly ran to Haruko Suzuki's side and raised his eyebrows. Haruko Suzuki did not bother to pay attention to him. In fact, if it were not for the threat of some hidden powerful figure, Hakuto would not care about the life and death of these tomb robbers. Or rather, it would be happier to see these tomb robbers die, so that it could effortlessly obtain many souls. You've seen it too. Haruko Suzuki now looked at Zhang Qingrui and Songhauren and said, "This tomb is not as simple as you think. Perhaps you have a lot of experience in tomb robbing, but I'm afraid that the road ahead of this tomb is not something you can handle. I advise you, if you want to leave, it's still early." Mu Xianghua was stunned. Wasn't young Master Suzuki determined to get the things in the Imperial Mausoleum? Why did he have the intention to leave now? Not only Mu Xianghua, but also the people from the Zhang clan and the Song clan looked at Haruko Suzuki with some confusion. Haruko Suzuki certainly knew what everyone was thinking. But it was also helpless. What could it do? That mysterious figure had said to let these people out safely, so in order to survive, it and Lien Zhen had to protect these guys. But the meaning of that mysterious figure was very vague. What kind of protection law was it? Was it to protect them all the way until they got the treasures in the imperial mausoleum? Or was it to say that even if Zhang Qingrui and Lien Zhen violently drove these people out, it would still be within the scope of the law? Of course, the latter was just Hakeda's own thought. That mysterious figure had asked it and Lien Zhen to act as guards, so it naturally didn't want these guys to get hurt. But it was also a direction of thinking. Since it didn't mention whether they should go in or go out, if the people who proposed to leave were from the Zhang clan or the Song clan, did it mean that they didn't violate some of the bottom lines of this mysterious figure? In other words, if it could persuade these guys to leave, it could complete the mysterious figure's task. As a reward, it and Lien Zhen would be able to recover after leaving. Although the recovery rate would only be reduced by 70%, it could still save it and Lien Zhen several years of time. Of course, there was more than one reason for persuading them to leave. For example, Hakata didn't admit that he was a very stingy guy, since there was such a mysterious figure behind him, but he didn't show up and instead let the Zhang clan and the Song clan do this. Did it mean that this figure was in some kind of situation? For example, this figure couldn't enter this place personally for some reason. But he did want to get the treasures in the depths of the imperial mausoleum, and this figure's intention to get the treasures was not very strong. So there was this kind of operation to let it and Lien Zhen protect them. In other words, everything was up to fate, but since I can't get it, no one else should think about getting it. With such a thought in mind, Orochi happily carried out the work of persuading them to leave. Hakata's idea was not very complicated, but Yuichi Suzuki on the side, Lien Zhen immediately saw through its idea. So it didn't say anything. It was not interested in the Sui Hoju, but only in Hakata. It came here because it was kidnapped by the symbiotic contract signed by Hakata, so it was more happy at this time. It was just that these two fellow sufferers had never considered one thing. That was the strange terracotta soldiers and the living dead that appeared in this place, and the means of Haruko Suzuki were no longer things that could be explained by science. They were crazily attacking everyone's cognition. Song Haoran was a person who dared to seek death. He liked to seek death. Well, adventure came from a peaceful heart. And this style, after he got the badge of the sun god and had the ability to be almost immortal, had developed into a kind of sick situation. What else was in the depths of the imperial mausoleum? He was really interested. How powerful was this so-called yin-yang technique of Haruxin Suzuki? He also wanted to see it, but Mr. Seven didn't think so. Although the development of the imperial mausoleum this time was part of the Li family's long-cherished wish, what he needed to do more was to protect Zhang Qingrui's comfort. Even if the Li family's ancestors had a rule that all descendants of the Li family had to enter the tomb, the old lady of the family didn't want to see the young lady in such an extremely dangerous situation. Originally, there were countless tombs in the world, and it didn't have to be the imperial mausoleum to complete the trial of the Li family's descendants. Two completely different opinions suddenly collided here. I plan to go deeper and have a look. Song Haoran took the lead at this time and said, since young Master Suzuki is proficient in yin-yang technique, I believe that he will be able to protect us well. Am I right? He suddenly remembered what Haruxin Suzuki said to Mr. Seven before, and now he was even more curious about what made Haruxin Suzuki act like this. I'm sorry, the Li family will withdraw from this development, Mr. Seven said at this time. Mr. Mu Xianghua, I'm very sorry to withdraw halfway. As for this cooperation, we will compensate you according to the rules of the industry for the deposit you have already paid. Zhang Qingrui opened her mouth, but didn't refute anything here. She knew clearly when she could be the young lady and when she should listen. The terracotta soldiers and horses in the tomb had already made her want to withdraw. The Li family planned to withdraw, and Song Haoran didn't intend to stop them. Instead, he gathered the soldiers of the Song clan and said, "You've all seen what's happening here. Next, it's not the Song family's action, but my own action. From now on, you can choose whether to follow me or wait for me outside." Military advisor, "You're doing this again. Ha ha ha. We've been through fire and water, but you always do this at the last moment. Aren't you bored?" One of them directly raised the submachine gun in his hand and said with a grim smile, "Didn't young Master Suzuki say this? Our things have great lethality. What's there to be afraid of?" They were indeed a bunch of lunatics. Mr. Seven coldly looked at these bloodthirsty guys of the Song family and shook his head. He secretly thought that it was not good to have too much contact with the Song family. Song Haran smiled evilly and said, "Okay, as you wish, but you have to take some people out to send Luocho out." With that, Song Haran turned around. "Next, it won't be an ordinary adventure game for you, it's still two," but Song Haran didn't finish his words and stopped because Luocho disappeared. "Where is he?" Song Haran frowned and subconsciously looked around. "Did you see him?" Military advisor, "Who did you say you saw?" A soldier of the Song family asked curiously. Song Haran gave a start and frowned. Just who is it? Shouldn't there be someone else who came in with me?" Military advisor, "There's no one else. I remember it clearly." "Really?" Song Haran lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. Uncle Seven, "I also feel that one person is missing." Zhang Qingrui glanced at Mr. Seven and asked in a low voice. Mr. Seven asked curiously, "Who's missing?" Zhang Qingrui shook her head and hesitated. "I feel it's a very important person. I feel that he just spoke in front of us, but I can't remember." Mr. Seven said, "We're all here. As for the Song family, let them worry about it. If someone is missing, they'll be anxious. Anyway, miss, it's not a good time to stay here. I'd better send you out first." Zhang Qingrui nodded. The feeling of missing someone was slowly fading away. But before leaving, Zhang Qingrui asked people to put some clay peeled off from the terracotta soldiers. China purple, China blue, she didn't know why, but she always cared about it. Not long after, the Li family gathered all their people and began to evacuate. Hakata wasn't satisfied with the result, but he was happy that there were fewer people from the Li family. In this way, he and Lien Zhen would have less work to do. Song Haran walked up to one of the motionless weirdos and pinched the muscles on the weirdo's arm. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "These muscles are really solid, like steel." But these guys, they didn't look like soldiers when they were alive. Maybe they were artisans who were buried here after the tomb was built. Haruko Suzuki said indifferently, "Young Master Song, since you've decided to move on, there's no need to waste time here." Song Haran made an inviting gesture. Haruko Suzuki didn't say anything and walked in front. At this time, Yuichi Suzuki walked over, whispering, "You don't want the souls of the zombies?" Haruko Suzuki shook his head. These souls were trapped in the zombies, so they've been consumed long ago. But they can still be kept in the zombies' bodies. Once they're free, they'll disappear and have no food value. Speaking of which, don't you feel like someone is missing? Suzuki Yuichi pondered for a moment. "I think so, but I also don't think so. Could it be? I'm afraid our cognition has been distorted," Haruko Suzuki said with a gloomy face. "This big brother is really dangerous." Soon, the tomb became empty, except for the living dead who had been frozen in place. Regardless of whether they were still moving forward or had already left, the footsteps were getting farther and farther away until they couldn't be heard anymore. Luocho slowly walked past the many living zombies. "You don't have anything left to trade with," the old man said. His voice was very soft, "but I like to listen to stories." Luocho walked up to one of the living zombies. He reached out his hand and lightly tapped on the zombie's forehead. Its body was annihilated at this time, leaving only a faint light, which fell into Luocho's palm. Chapter 1051. Taisetsu, who was lying on the sofa, emitted some faint red mist from his body. It was quickly absorbed by the pendant on the necklace around Taisetsu's neck. The key-light pendant was the Jeanlu sword. The faint red mist emitted from Taisetsu's body gradually decreased until it stopped emitting. He yawned, sat up, and loosened his neck. He only felt that his spirit was refreshed, and he seemed to be much more comfortable. "You're awake." Mississippi." Taisetsu quickly stood up. Mississippi maid came to Taisetsu with a smile and glanced at the pendant around his neck. Jeanlu is a sword of the king. Although the fastest way to master the power of the sword is through killing, it's not good to kill too much. So it will help you purify the excess killing aura in your body. Taisetsu suddenly understood. No wonder the heavy feeling had almost disappeared after a nap. "What are we going to do now?" Taisetsu asked refreshingly. "Follow me." Mississippi maid brought Taisetsu to the boss's study. Taisetsu had been to the study several times, so he was familiar with it. What exactly does this study look like? Just like those old bookstores that specialized in selling all kinds of old books. Even those that were hard to find on the market could be found in the old bookstores hidden in the depths of the street corners. Under Taisetsu's curious gaze, Mississippi maid walked directly to a bookcase and waved her hand. The thick hardcover books on the bookcase trembled slightly. Soon, a thick book flew out from the top right corner of the bookcase and fell into Yu Ye's hand. Miss Maid turned around while turning the pages of the thick booklet on this side. "What's this?" Taisetsu asked curiously. Yu Yi raised her head and smiled. "An old account book? This is what we're going to do next." His white fingers gently stroked a page on the thick book, so some light smoke floated out of this page. Then it combined into words one by one in front of Daz. Looking at these floating words, Taisetsu was stunned. But these words quickly turned into light, smoke, and dissipated in front of Taisetsu's eyes. "Did you see it clearly?" Yu Yi asked softly. Taisetsu nodded subconsciously. Then he said with a strange expression, This is a deal from 2,000 years ago." It seemed that Mississippi Maid was born 300 or 400 years ago. Yu Yi nodded. "To be exact, it's a deal that hasn't been completed yet. The thing that the customer asked for needs to be fulfilled soon." Taisetsu was a little dizzy, rubbing his chin. This customer, how much did he pay? There's always an equivalent. Yu Yi chuckled. "What we have to do is to satisfy the customer's request. That's all." "This does our boss know?" Taisetsu asked curiously. "Master is very studious." Mississippi Maid said softly. When he first took over, he flipped through a lot of account books. In order to complete this deal, he began to prepare early. For example, handing over Jeanlu to you and making you a Black Soul envoy. Taisetsu scratched his head. "I heard from Sister Number 18 that there are several terrifying Black Soul envoys. Wouldn't it be better for them to do it than for me, a newbie?" "They are all on vacation." Yu Yi said indifferently. Master means that he doesn't intend to let their vacation end early. Besides, we consumed a lot of Black Soul envoys before. It's time to replenish some. It's considered various considerations. Taisetsu was thoughtful. Yu Yi closed the booklet in her hand and put it back to its original place. She seemed to ponder for a while, then took out a much thinner booklet from another bookcase. But she didn't open the booklet. Instead, she opened a small distorted space and threw the booklet in. Taisetsu looked at it curiously, but didn't ask too much. Yu Yi said, "There are different types of Black Soul envoys. In addition to finding customers, there are also some like you who are responsible for fighting. Of course, there are also some who are responsible for collecting accounts. There's a guy whose vacation is about to end, so I prepared a job for him in advance." He felt that the person who was assigned a job by this maid would be very unhappy now. "Then let's go." "Okay." Taisetsu nodded quickly. Crouching Dragon Villa. Yunhui asked someone to cook some birds' nest porridge. Then he personally brought it to Mr. Blind. The Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa was used to entertain the people of the Tao world. The ingredients here were all top-notch. It seemed that not all the people of the Tao world could abstain from eating. Many of them still chose to eat. Furthermore, they had very strict requirements for the ingredients. Taoist Master Qing Shazi, eat something to replenish your essence energy. Thank you. Mr. Blind, who had woken up from his meditation, nodded. After a period of teasing, his complexion looked better. However, he still looked like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness and spoke weakly. Yun Hui had many questions in his heart as he watched Mr. Blind slowly eat. However, he still held back and didn't ask. For example, Taoist Master Qing Shazi was obviously a great sinner of the Tao world, but he could receive preferential treatment from the administration. Because of his request, the higher-ups of the administration had even disturbed the senior who had entered the martial Tao in the middle of the night. Are you very curious about my relationship with the administration? After drinking a few mouthfuls of bird's nest porridge, Mr. Blind stopped. Yun Hui hesitated for a while before nodding. However, when he thought about how the senior seemed to be blind, he hurriedly said, Yun Hui has many questions in his heart. Mr. Blind was silent for a while before he suddenly asked, Are you a disciple of Kunlun? Who is your master? Yun Hui hurriedly said, My master is Taoist Daofeng, a disciple of Grandmaster Baijie. Daofeng. Mr. Blind's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yun Hui. Is your master doing well? To be honest, Junior's master passed away 10 years ago. Yun Hui's expression was somewhat gloomy. My master suffered a very serious injury in the past. Grandmaster has been using various methods to keep her alive, but in the end he was unable to save her. Daofeng is Mr. Baijie's last disciple, Mr. Blind said softly. Senior, do you know my master? Yun Hui's attitude involuntarily became more respectful. Yes, and Mr. Blind was silent for a while before he suddenly said, If I say that your master was seriously injured and passed away because of me, what would you do? Yun Hui was suddenly startled. Then he took a deep breath and said in a slightly heavy voice, Senior, I just flipped through some of the administration's files, especially about you. However, most of the information is encrypted and locked. With my current authority, I can't access it at all. Logically speaking, you've already been banished from Kelowna's Tao world, but the administration still treats you as an honored guest. I really don't understand. Mr. Blind sighed and said, You clearly want to know about your master, but you're asking about my relationship with the administration. You can keep your composure. Mr. Baijie has a pretty good grand disciple. Yun Hui said solemnly, I heard from the people in the villa that Grandmaster has come to visit you several times in the past 2 days. Since Grandmaster and you know each other and didn't do anything to you, I dare not overstep my boundaries. Fine. Mr. Blind sighed. You're Daofeng's disciple, so there's no harm in telling you. The reason why the authority treated me differently was because I had helped them with some feng shui matters. There's a huge feng shui array underground in the capital today that's used to suppress the light from Providence in Xian Nation. The development of Xian Nation over the past few decades is more or less due to the array underground in the capital. You should understand now. Yun Hui suddenly opened his eyes, the shock in his heart reaching its peak. If what this great sinner Qing Shazi said was true, then his contributions to the nation today would be immeasurable. Ordinary people might not believe in feng shui metaphysics, but as a member of the Tao world, Yun Hui was very clear about it. He had set up a feng shui array for Xian Nation and strengthened its national light day by day. To the nation, this great sinner was a great contributor. After all, the administration and the Tao world were two different systems. It was no wonder that Qin Shazi's phone call could make the higher-ups of the administration pay so much attention to him. The right time, place, and people. Mr. Blind shook his head and said, I can only create the right time and place. but development ultimately depends on people. Xian nation. If this nation didn't have a group of people who were willing to work hard for the nation, it wouldn't have developed to its current state. As the saying goes, everything depends on people. People are the foundation. What I did was just adding fuel to the fire. No matter what, you have indeed contributed to the nation. Yun Hui bowed respectfully to Mr. Blind. However, when he raised his head, his gaze had already become stern. Sir, please tell me, how did my master get seriously injured? Why was he implicated by you? Mr. Blind said, Long Sha. Back then I did something wrong and eventually attracted the Long Sha. The appearance of the Long Sha shook the entire dragon vein in Kelowna. The Shinryu in Kelowna suppressed it with all their might. Otherwise, the world would have descended into chaos. The Long Sha could only be left to us to deal with. Your master got injured in the process of dealing with the Long Sha. It's a pity. She is very likely to be the next Dao, querying realm Taoist in Kelowna. However, her mystic attack was destroyed by the Long Sha and there was no possibility of her recultivation. Yun Hui clenched his fists. The Mr. Blind before him was still weak and defenseless. If this porridge is a little cold, I'll heat it up for you. Just as Yun Hui took the bowl and left, a faint voice came from behind him. I'm sorry. Yun Hui stopped, but didn't turn around. He only said in a low voice, Let's not talk about who was wrong first. At the very least, I now know that Master did it to save the world. For now, that's enough. There was the sound of the door closing. Mr. Blind sat quietly. Outside the house, there was the sound of the wind rustling the sycamore tree. The tree had been planted by Dao Feng many years ago with seeds brought from Kunlun. I don't believe in love. I'll leave the pavilion with a long regret. My tears will sober me up easily. Mr. Blind slowly walked to the window and leaned against the railing. He whispered, Time will only hasten one's aging. Instead of worrying so much, it's better to drink a pot of turbid wine. Under the shadow of the sycamore tree, a cold and deep man's voice came. Under the faint light and moonlight, this man gradually walked over. He was wearing a loose plain tang suit. He held a pot of wine in his hand. His steps weren't fast, but it only took him 2 steps to reach Mr. Blind. This man had an ordinary appearance. He looked like he was in his 30s. However, his sideburns were white. I was in a hurry when I came out. So, I took a bottle of old wine from the National Treasury and came to meet my old friend. The man smiled. Mr. Blind nodded. You're quite fast. The man flipped in through the window and said casually, the people from the administration said they still need to arrange a plane. I said there's no need. It's only a few 100 kilometers from the capital to Mount Tai. It's a good opportunity for me to exercise. However, just as the man sat down, he suddenly coughed a few times. This made Mr. Blind frown. You're injured? Injured my lung. The man didn't have any intention of hiding it. Instead, he said frankly, last year I fought with someone and almost died. However, you know me. As long as I don't die, I'll recover quickly. It's just that those people from the administration have more than 10 doctors. They wait on me every day. Sometimes it's quite annoying. Mr. Blind said seriously, There aren't many people who can hurt you. The white-haired man said casually, The little princess of Shenyuan Palace is not someone to be trifled with. However, I was satisfied with that fight. Although I was half dead, the little princess didn't have it easy either. However, it's a pity that the little princess didn't use the power of the Yellow Emperor. She only used the power of Ba to fight with me. Otherwise, the grass on my grave would be a bit high. Haha, come, don't talk. Have a taste of this wine. Mr. Blind shook his head. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and threw it in front of the man. Your injuries haven't healed yet. How can your strength decline? What we're going to face next doesn't allow for the slightest bit of carelessness. The man opened the bottle but didn't consume it immediately. He only frowned and said, "Is it really that serious?" Mr. Blind said, "Heaven and earth have a special trajectory. Our Bai sect believes that whether it's the past, the present, or even the future, everything has been fixed. It's like having a book that has been written long ago, and you can see everything in this book. You will find that everything is following the rules." The man frowned and asked curiously, "Qin Xiazi, what did you see in this book?" "War." "Whose war?" Chapter 1052. Just as Yun Hui was walking along the corridor, a shadow flashed past his eyes. Yun Hui was shocked. He hurriedly turned around and saw that the shadow that flashed past wasn't an outsider, but his colleague Old Wolf. "What's wrong with you? You look like you've lost your soul." Old Wolf frowned. "Nothing. I'm just thinking about something." Yun Hui shook his head and pulled himself together. "Why are you here?" Old Wolf did not pay much attention to Yun Hui. He said, "I'm patrolling the area to see if the person who ambushed us is still around." That person took advantage of the empty crouching dragon villa to sneak in and ambush Mr. Blind. It was possible that he was still hiding and waiting for the next opportunity. "Oh, right, I just contacted the Kuin Peng Villa." Old Wolf leaned against the wall and lit his tobacco pipe. He smoked as he said, "There are 2 logistics personnel left at the Kuin Peng Villa. The situation there is the same as here." Yun Hui thought to himself, "It's all useless information." Yun Hui leaned against the wall beside Old Wolf. He looked at the courtyard in front of him and did not say anything. Old Wolf looked at him curiously and suddenly said, "Do you want a puff?" Yun Hui shook his head and said, "No. Don't smoke so much just because you're a monster." Old Wolf only smiled and did not say anything. Old Wolf suddenly took out a necklace from his neck. The necklace was connected to a pendant, and there was a small photo hidden inside. Yun Hui had worked with Old Wolf for more than a year, but he had only seen the photo inside the necklace twice. "Thinking about your nephew again?" Yun Hui asked curiously. He remembered Old Wolf saying that he had an elder sister, but the elder sister had passed away long ago, leaving behind a pair of children. However, the Old Wolf had never mentioned anything about the 2 children. "I'm just looking around." Old Wolf lowered his head and smoked his tobacco pipe. The white smoke gradually blurred under the orange light of the corridor. As he looked, Yun Hui suddenly said, "Have a puff." Old Wolf placed the pipe in front of Yun Hui. He imitated Yun Hui and took a puff. A strong taste spread in his mouth, followed by a feeling of dizziness. It was as if time had slowed down, and the sounds around him gradually faded away. This was a very bad state. Yun Hui subconsciously channeled the mana in his qi, wanting to expel these bad things. "Don't circulate your energy," Old Wolf said in a low voice. "The physique of a cultivator is strong enough. This kind of anesthesia won't do you any harm. Relax. Let time slow down like this. Don't think about anything." "Don't think about it." Yun Hui subconsciously stopped the flow of his magic power and took a deep breath. Time gradually slowed down. Smoke slowly drifted out from the incense burner. The stove was lit with red sandalwood, which could help one concentrate and calm their qi. However, the white-haired man did not seem to like this kind of practice. Or rather, he was in a bad mood. He flicked his finger, and a gust of wind instantly extinguished the burning red sandalwood in the incense burner. The bottle of old wine from the National Treasury was still unopened and was quietly placed on the coffee table. It wasn't easy for this country to have a few years of peace. He looked at Mr. Blind and said slowly, "There's actually nothing bad about the world being peaceful. What do you want me to do?" Mr. Blind coughed lightly and said, "According to the intelligence, a huge stone pillar seemed to have appeared at the place where the Taoists and demons disappeared. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that the other 6 pillars will appear in the near future." 7 pillars? Mr. Blind nodded and said in a low voice, "This is probably the 7 stars illuminating spirit, a ray that I created back then. Through the corresponding 7 pillars, They are buried in the 7 important nodes of the Earth's ley lines. Finally, a special region is formed. This region is like a blessing, a switch that opens the spiritual energy of the Earth. It's so simple. It can revive the spiritual energy. The white-haired man said in surprise. Mr. Blind shook his head and said, "Actually, things in this world are very simple. Turn on the tap and water will flow out. Fertilize the seeds and they will grow. As long as people have food and water, they will be able to survive." The white-haired man also shook his head, but the appearance of the first tap took a lot of time. Mr. Blind said seriously, "Once this formation is completed, it will release the spirit chi hidden in the ground endlessly, as if it is releasing blood. Moreover, this formation is a little overbearing. If all the dragon veins, earth veins, and spirit veins in the divine land are taken as the meridians and blood vessels of a human, then this formation is equivalent to cutting a hole in the human carotid artery. How did you think of such a dangerous thing back then?" The white-haired man looked at Mr. Blind and narrowed his eyes. Mr. Blind smiled bitterly. "I was young and reckless." The white-haired man frowned. "Where are the other 6 nodes?" Mr. Blind said, "When I tried to use this array, I already caused the original nodes of Mount Tai to collapse. After a few decades, the ley lines automatically heal, but the nodes have changed. I need some time to calculate the other 6 nodes. However, there are too many nodes in the ley lines. This is only the first node. But there are too many combinations. I'm afraid it will be easier to calculate after the second pillar appears." "Do we need to wait for the second pillar to appear?" The white-haired man nodded. At this moment, a mobile phone rang. It was the special, triple-proof mobile phone of the administration. He glanced at it and found it was a message. "The people from the administration will be here soon." He looked at Mr. Blind. "We will support you with all our strength." As he said that, he suddenly slapped the bottle of wine on the tea table. This slap didn't break the bottle of wine. Instead, it directly slammed into the ground. At the place where the wine bottle was originally, a deep hole was formed. He smiled. "Since we have something important to do, let's wait until we are done with it before opening it. Let's keep the wine for a while. Maybe it can absorb some of the Earth's energy and taste better." Mr. Blind dipped his finger in some water and wrote a few words on the tea table. The white-haired man glanced at it and found it was a name. He looked at Mr. Blind curiously and frowned. Mr. Blind said softly, "If the spirit aura has recovered and we have failed, then let's look for the person with this name all over the country." Then Mr. Blind didn't say anything, but directly wiped the water stains on the tea table. The white-haired man's face became more serious because of this. Rumble. Suddenly there was a vibration. This made Taoist Huangmu stand up abruptly like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Before this, he had been waiting for Ming Tushan's rescue, so he had been healing himself in the turtle shell. "That thing found us." Taoist Huangmu's face was extremely ugly. Ming Tushan, who was also meditating, slowly opened his eyes. "Calm down, Taoist Huangmu. We just touched a rock under the ground." This turtle shell had been moving underground in this strange place, so it naturally touched a rock underground. Taoist Huangmu heaved a sigh of relief, but his face was still very ugly. He had escaped for quite some time, but during this period of time, other than him, he had not found any other survivors. It was very likely that other than the few here, the elites of the Tao and the demon realm had all perished under the terrifying attack. This was a very despairing thought. "I didn't expect it to be a piece of mithril, such a big piece," Ming Tushan suddenly said. This was probably the so-called rock they had touched. Mithril wasn't very useful in Kelowna's Tao world, but it was said that it was very popular in the Western world's Magician Association. It was even traded in grams and was extremely precious. However, after experiencing the terrifying attack, Huangmu had long lost the desire to search for treasures here. Perhaps the other people in the turtle shell also didn't have this desire. Strange. Immortal Huanyang suddenly frowned. Taoist Huanyang, did you find anything? Hundred Tribulation Taoist asked. Immortal Huanyang said hesitantly, Guys, we found a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the forest, which seem to be produced in Kelowna. Why did we find such a big piece of mithril here? This question startled everyone. At first, they came to this strange place because of the jade pillar that was emitting a large amount of spiritual qi. After they landed, they saw countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the forest. They subconsciously thought that this place was some unknown secret realm in the Divine Land. Who would have thought that they would find something that belonged to the Western extraordinary world? That weird little girl called us purchasers. She wanted us to buy the things she collected. Hundred Tribulations Taoist recalled what that thing had said after it appeared. You Sanyang. Immortal Huanyang's heart jumped. Is this place? It's hard to say. Hundred Tribulation Taoist shook his head. Ming Tushan said at this moment, Guys, I suddenly have an idea. Why don't you consider it? Taoist Tushan, please go ahead. Hundred Tribulation Taoist hurriedly said. Ming Tushan said, Every place should have a boundary. If this place is also a secret realm, then there must be a limit to its size. If we keep going underground, will we reach this limit? Elder Tushan, you mean if we can find the limit and the boundary of the secret area, we can break the space of the secret area and leave this place? Immortal Huanyang soon understood. That's right. Ming Tushan nodded. What do you think? They all remained silent for a while. At last, Hundred Tribulation Taoist said, We have no other choice but to try. Taoist Tushan, please. But Hundred Tribulation Taoist changed his tone. I want to go back and have a look. President. Immortal Huanyang and Taoist Huangmu looked at Hundred Tribulation Taoist with confusion. Hundred Tribulation Taoist said blandly, Huanyang, you take these two things. If anything happens to me, please take them to Kunlun. Hundred Tribulation Taoist took off a thumb ring and a small bag from his waist, handing them to Immortal Huanyang. This thumb ring is... Immortal Huanyang was shocked. He was familiar with this thumb ring. It was the token of Kunlun's sect master. As for this bag, it was something that Hundred Tribulation Taoist always carried with him. It had a small universe space that could store hundreds of things. Instantly, Immortal Huanyang understood what Hundred Tribulation Taoist meant. The others also reacted quickly, only to stay with Hundred Tribulation Taoist and search for survivors. It wasn't easy for him to escape from that thing's clutches. President, you're the mainstay of Kelowna's Tao world. You can't take the risk. Taoist Huangmu hurriedly advised. Save as many as you can. You're still young and have a long way to go. Hundred Tribulation Taoist shook his head. No need to persuade me. I've made up my mind. If you can find a way out, that'll be the best. Just as he finished speaking, Hundred Tribulation Taoist decisively escaped from the turtle shell. The others were silent. Ming Tushan sighed and said slowly, Everyone, I'm going to start diving. Everyone, don't let Hundred Tribulation Taoist down. Searching for survivors should be one of the reasons. The other reason should be to delay that thing, right? If the turtle shell that was hidden underground was discovered, then he might not be so lucky to escape the calamity the next time it happened. When Hundred Tribulation Taoist drilled out of the ground, he almost thought that he had lost his way. If he had not seen so many demon and Taoist corpses on the ground, he would have thought so. This place had obviously suffered a destructive attack, but not long after, everything had returned to its original state. Hundred Tribulation Taoist could still distinguish between reality and illusion. Then there was only one possibility. In a short time, this place had been manipulated and returned to its original state. This was not something that could be done by any known means. Hundred Tribulation Taoist's heart sank. What kind of terrifying existence were they facing? Releasing the corpses, Hundred Tribulation Taoist tried his best to search for survivors or demons. However, as time went on, 100 Tribulation Taoists only felt a deep despair. Some of the dead ones were once all-powerful. Some had lived a glorious life. Some were giants of the monster clan. And of course, some were young talents. Such a miserable situation reminded 100 Tribulation Taoists of the dragon spirit, disaster on Mount Tai dozens of years ago. The two worlds had suffered a great loss. After dozens of years, they finally recovered. 100 Tribulation Taoist dragged the corpses back with tears. He found a place in the forest and buried the corpses one by one. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I hope you can continue to comprehend the great Tao in the next life. 100 Tribulation Taoists sighed in front of the earth graves. However, at this moment, a slight noise alerted the 100 Tribulations Taoist. He looked over and saw a palm sticking out from under an ancient tree. Chapter 1053. After the hand reached out, it tried to break open the soil around it. Seeing this, 100 Tribulation Taoist hurriedly walked over and used his Taoist magic arts to loosen the soil under the ancient tree. A young Taoist quickly crawled out of the pit and greedily breathed in the surrounding air. The young Taoist quickly looks around. Senior 100 Tribulations? What the hell is going on? Why am I buried in the ground? Where's that monster from the Vermilion Bird tribe? 100 Tribulation Taoist was stunned. You don't know? The young Taoist shook his head. That monster from the Vermilion Bird tribe suddenly rushed towards me. But I don't know why I suddenly lost consciousness. Then, when I woke up, I found myself buried in the ground, and then I saw you, President. 100 Tribulation Taoist frowned. He recognized this young guy. At the beginning, they had some conflicts because they found the bodies of this young guy's teacher and another monster from the Vermilion Bird tribe. But he and the priest of the Vermilion Bird tribe, Chu Xingha, attacked at the same time and knocked them out. Could it be that this young guy escaped because he fainted? President, what's that? The young Taoist saw the graves behind 100 Tribulation Taoist and couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. These are 100 Tribulation Taoist said bitterly. Your seniors and fellow Taoists have all died. What? The young Taoist was shocked. Bang! All of a sudden, a beam of red light shot out from the forest. The 100 Tribulations Taoist's expression changed slightly. He pulled the young Taoist's arm and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Found! It was a cold voice. 100 Tribulation Taoist's expression changed dramatically. He saw a figure pass through the shadows of the trees at an extremely fast speed and appear in front of him and the young Taoist. It's that thing. What's that? The young Taoist became extremely frightened at this moment. It's the murderer who slaughtered those Taoist monsters in the graves. The 100 Tribulations Taoist took a deep breath and said, This is only one of them. There are many of them. Little guy, you should leave when you have the chance. The thing in front of him. Gaia's eyes locked onto the 100 Tribulations Taoist and slowly raised the gun on his arm. The sharp and terrifying rays of light shot out once again. And just like before, these rays of light instantly dispersed. Not only were they powerful, but they were also agile. The 100 Tribulations Taoist hurriedly took out an octagonal bronze mirror and blocked the incoming beams of light. However, the impact of the explosion was extremely strong, and the young Taoist was instantly flung away by the force of the impact. At this moment, Gaia raised his other arm. This time, the two guns fired at the same time. 100 Tribulation Taoist cursed inwardly. He didn't have time to care about this young guy, so he directly threw out the bronze mirror in his hand. After that, the bronze mirror directly flew in front of the young Taoist. Bang, bang! The beams of light shot out from Gaia's guns again, and within a radius of 10 meters, it was bombarded by these beams of light. Facing this dense attack of light, the 100 Tribulations Taoist's hands emitted a golden light. He rushed into the range of these beams of light and directly slapped towards them. Boom, 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 boom. After 100 tribulations, Taoist's hands slapped the beams of light. They were instantly distorted and then deflected to one side. The 100 tribulations, Taoist took a round of shooting in this way. President. The young Taoist was both surprised and happy at this moment. The 100 tribulations, Taoist took a look at him and couldn't help frowning, because he found that this little guy didn't suffer any attack at all. The 100 tribulations, Taoist's mind turned rapidly. Could it be that this weird thing didn't take this little guy as its target? But why was that? Was it because this little guy didn't touch anything here? Yes, this little guy was knocked out by him at the beginning, so he didn't participate in the later collection. As 100 tribulations Taoist, his memory was extremely powerful. At this moment, he recalled the memory of that time, and finally found that there was no battle puppet-like thing standing beside this little guy. What's your name? The 100 tribulations Taoist turned his head and asked Gaia while being vigilant. Jiang Zhua. Jiang Zhua. Lucky little guy, maybe you can survive. The 100 tribulations Taoist took a deep breath, and suddenly his eyes lit up, pushing his palms towards Jiang Zhua. At this moment, a huge airflow rushed out, and suddenly Jiang Zhua's body was overturned. Jiang Zhua didn't expect this, and was directly thrown into the forest. But Gaia didn't do anything. It didn't even look at Jiang Zhua, who was being sent away. Sure enough, the 100 tribulations Taoist took a deep breath. Jiang Zhua wasn't the target of this horrible thing. Then the 100 tribulations Taoist took a deep look at Gaia and slowly said, "It's time to settle the debt of the Taoist Association." Gaia didn't move. Its purple pupils kept flashing. The 100 tribulations Taoist breathed in a strange way, his chest rising and falling. Suddenly, his body began to expand rapidly. It wasn't a simple expansion, but the muscles of his body began to grow rapidly, and the growth of his body exceeded the capacity of the Taoist robe, directly bursting the upper part of his Taoist robe. He turned from a shriveled old man into an unusually strong man in the blink of an eye. At the same time, several golden lights flashed on the 100 tribulations Taoist's body. Above his head, there was a strange cover with 9 dragons on it, and it spat out Samadhi true fire, which turned into 9 fire dragons, shuttling around the 100 tribulations Taoist. There was a mirror on each side of him, one black and one white. Each of his hands held an ancient sword. The left sword was engraved with the words immortal slaying, and the right sword was engraved with the words male and female. Danger level increased. Output mode adjusted annihilation. After Gaia's purple eyes flashed, it raised the guns in both hands at the same time, and 2 thicker light beams shot out at the same time. The 100 tribulations Taoist's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted, "Yin Yang Mirror!" The black mirror directly blocked in front of the 100 tribulations Taoist, and the 2 light beams were directly absorbed by the black mirror. The 100 tribulations Taoist's arm, which was holding the male and female swords, suddenly waved, and the white mirror shot out. It was divided into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, there were 64 mirror images around Gaia. At the same time, 2 light beams shot out from the black mirror. The light beams shot into the 2 white mirror images. The white mirror directly shot out 2 light beams. The 64 white mirrors kept reflecting and refracting the light beams. Bang! The 2 light beams finally reflected on Gaia's body. Dust was flying in front of him, but the 100 tribulations Taoist didn't relax at all. Instead, he held the 2 swords tightly and became alert. Sure enough, a figure rushed out from the dust. Gaia! At this time, the guns in Gaia's hands changed again. Her arms turned into 2 sharp blades, rushing toward the 100 tribulations Taoist. Ding! 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 The collision between the 2 made a continuous sound, and the speed was beyond the limit of vision. Facing Gaia, the 100 tribulations Taoist didn't fall into a disadvantage. Instead, he faintly suppressed her. But the 100 Tribulations Taoist knew that he couldn't fight for a long time, because there was more than one thing. His magical power was like the sea, and the huge magical power surged in his body and turned into a golden flame that burst out from the 100 Tribulations Taoist's body. At this time, the strange cover above his head suddenly shot out 9 huge rumbles, rushing towards the sky from all directions. The 9 fire dragons merged into one in the sky, turning into an even bigger fire dragon, which then rushed downwards. Gaia raised her head, her purple eyes flashed, and the sharp blades on her arms directly crossed above her head. Bang! The forest within dozens of meters was instantly destroyed by the impact of the huge fire dragon, like the explosion of a tactical missile. When everything calmed down, there was a huge pit several meters deep on the ground. In the center of the pit, one of Gaia's right arms had disappeared, and the remaining left arm hung down naturally. Her purple eyes flickered incessantly at this moment. But at this time a cold light flashed, and Gaia's head was instantly cut off. The 100 Tribulations Taoist. The decapitated head rolled into the deep pit, and Gaia's body fell to the ground at the same time. The 100 Tribulations Taoist breathed a sigh of relief and felt the magical power in his body was less than 40% of usual. The head fell to the ground, but the purple eyes were still flashing, looking at the 100 Tribulations Taoist. Such eyes made the 100 Tribulations Taoist shudder. But soon, the head suddenly turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. Her body was also gone at this moment. The 100 Tribulations Taoist didn't feel happy at all, but his face darkened, because he could clearly feel that something came from behind him. The 100 Tribulations Taoist slowly turned around and looked at the top of the pit, only to see 1, 2, 6 figures flying up from the pit. 6 Gaias. Really, they don't respect their elders at all. The 100 Tribulations Taoist held his sword with both hands and rushed up to the sky, slashing at one of the Gaias. Tremors, huge sounds, as well as terrifying magic power fluctuations. Not far away there was a place. When he opened his eyes, Yanlu found that there was some mud on his body. No, half of his body was buried in the mud. It was a very strange situation, but he quickly got up and recalled what happened before he fainted. Jasmine. Yanlu powerlessly knelt on the ground as he painfully gripped the dirt on the ground. Suddenly, Yanlu raised his head and looked at his surroundings. He was in so much pain that he didn't notice anything at first, but at this moment he realized that there were actually quite a few demon corpses around him. He didn't know what happened, but the terrifying magical power kept coming from afar. Who was fighting where this kind of terrifying dermic power fluctuation made Yanlu's heart palpitate even though he was so far away. There seemed to be only a few people in the Divine Land's Tao world who had such terrifying dermic power. Was it the Tao Association's president, the 100 Tribulations Taoist, or Huanyang? In the face of such a powerful force, Yanlu suddenly punched the mud. The force of his punch instantly sent the mud flying. Jasmine! Jasmine! Yanlu suddenly raised his head and shouted, Tao world, I want all of you to die with me. However, he didn't have a long lifespan because of his terminated meridians. To the Vermilion Bird clan, the ice-cold terminated meridians were equivalent to a fatal disease. The continuous ice-cold chi in his body offset the power of the Vermilion Bird clan's flame bit by bit. When the flame power in his body was completely exhausted, it was equivalent to his life coming to an end. I can't die! Yanlu gritted his teeth and suddenly looked at the demon corpses beside him. There were corpses from the Vermilion Bird clan, the White Tiger clan, the Azure Dragon clan, the Black Tortoise clan. There were even a few corpses from the Tao world. I can't die! His gaze became abnormally ferocious. Yanlu immediately pounced on the corpse of a fellow Vermilion Bird clan member, which was still warm. I can't die! His hands trembled, and then he stabbed into the heart of this corpse. He dug out the heart that was still warm. I can't die. He swallowed it. He bit into the heart, and fresh blood instantly splattered out. Yenlu raised his head and swallowed the heart into his stomach. Instantly, a blazing aura soared in his body, suppressing the cold illness in his body. Like a wild beast that had gone crazy from hunger, Yenlu once again bit at this corpse, crazily devouring the flesh and blood of this corpse. 1 corpse, 2 corpses, 3 corpses. Even though they were already dead, the bodies of these powerful demons and Taoists still contained an enormous amount of life essence. The flame power of his fellow clansmen could replenish the loss of his life essence, and a rest could continuously strengthen his life force. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding corpses were completely devoured by Yenlu. It's still not enough. His eyes were already bloodshot, and he was on the verge of losing his mind. Suddenly, an active blazing power attracted him. As if by instinct, Yenlu followed that blazing power and came to a certain place in this forest. Flaming earth core, Lingji mushroom. What appeared in front of Yenlu was the Lingji mushroom that had caused the death of his beloved. Yenlu quickly walked in front of this Lingji mushroom, and without saying anything, he pulled out this Lingji mushroom, put it into his mouth, and directly swallowed it. Devouring, a terrifying blazing fire burned fiercely in his body, and Yenlu only felt as if he was about to explode. Inquiry. Subscriber, do you want to buy the Flaming Earth Core, Lingji mushroom? Suddenly, such a voice rang out behind Yenlu. He forcibly endured the power of the Lingji mushroom in his body, as well as the eruption of his life force after devouring so many demon Taoists, and turned around. A little girl with purple eyes and purple hair stood quietly behind him without him noticing. Suggestion: Subscriber has already used the Flaming Earth Core Lingji mushroom. Please pay the usage fee as soon as possible. The violent power crazily exploded in Yenlu's body, and he didn't listen to the little girl's words at all. The violent power in his body even started to attack his consciousness. Ah! Yenlu howled in pain, and then directly fell to the ground, unconscious. At this moment, the purple light in Gaia's eyes kept flickering. Transaction interrupted. Scanning. Subscriber's body has chaotic energy flow. Subscriber's life force is decreasing. Subscriber is unable to continue the transaction. Activating emergency plan. Transaction in progress. Unable to be interrupted. Suggestion: help subscriber until transaction resumes. Confirm. At this time, Gaia waved his hand and lifted Flameloot up. Then he pointed at Flameloot's forehead. Energy combing. Scanning again. Subscriber's body has abnormal genes, causing the structure to be unstable. Suggestion: reject. Gaia once again pressed her palm on Yenlu's chest. Scanning again. Subscriber's body contains the gene chain of number 28. Retention rate is 0. 47%. Subscriber's body contains the mutated gene chain of number 28. Retention rate is 7. 9%. Suggestion: retaining the mutated gene chain is more beneficial to the subscriber's soul strength. Executed. Chapter 1054. The huge impact made Jiang Zhu fall to the ground in an ungraceful posture. His body scraped up a layer of soil. Fortunately, with the protection of 100 Tribulations Taoists' bronze mirror, Jiang Zhu didn't suffer any external injuries. Jiang Zhu quickly got up and looked around nervously, although he didn't know what happened after he fainted. From the scene just now, Jiang Zhu could guess some clues. The president sent him away in such a hurry, which meant that the purple-haired little girl was quite terrifying. Jiang Zhu wanted to go back and see how 100 Tribulations Taoist was doing, but he knew that if he went back, he would only be a burden. The only thing he could do was to protect himself. At least, he didn't want 100 Tribulations Taoist to send him away in vain. But what Jiang Zhuo didn't expect was that after he walked carefully for a while, he unexpectedly met the monster of Vermilion Bird tribe who wanted to cut his master's body into thousands of pieces. Yen Lu. This unexpected encounter made Jiang Zhuo tremble with fear. What made Jiang Zhuo more frightened was that he saw the crazy monster of Vermilion Bird tribe eating the corpses of its own kind, other monsters' corpses, and even cultivators' corpses. Yen Lu's whole body was emitting a horrifying and violent aura, like a time bomb. Jiang Zhuo carefully hid himself, afraid that he would be discovered by this crazy monster. But at this moment, he saw the purple-haired little girl. This little girl shouldn't be with 100 Tribulations Taoist. Could it be that something bad had happened to 100 Tribulations Taoist? Jiang Zhuo felt extremely frightened. He carefully curled up, afraid that he would make any noise and attract the little girl's attention. At this moment, the little girl seemed to say something to Yen Lu, and then Yen Lu suddenly fainted on the ground in pain. Not long after, the little girl directly lifted Yen Lu, and then flew away from this area. The little girl took Yen Lu away. But when he left, Jiang Zhuo clearly saw the purple-haired little girl glancing at the place where he was hiding. But she didn't stop and didn't do anything to him. It was as if she didn't care about him. And the little girl disappeared in the sky above the forest. Jiang Zhuo subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, question: has the subscriber chosen the desired item? Bing Bing's cold voice came from behind Jiang Zhuo. He twisted his stiff neck, feeling as though his heart was being challenged by a great challenge. Didn't she already leave with the Vermilion Bird's flames? How could she? Jiang Zhuo was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. As a cultivator, he had power that ordinary people didn't have. He should be able to look at everything in the world with a smile. But now, facing something that he couldn't understand, he realized that he was just a tiny grain of sand in the Ganges River. But the other party didn't seem to have any ill intentions. At the very least, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions for now. Item, what item? Jiang Zhuo carefully followed the other person's words and asked a question. At the same time, he kept looking around at the surrounding terrain. Question: is the buyer not satisfied with the items in Division 7? The 7th district, is this forest? The 7th district. Could it be that there were many different districts? And in these districts there were also many treasures like this ancient forest? The vastness of this forest had already exceeded his imagination, and the amount of heavenly and earthly treasures hidden here was uncountable. However, if this was merely the 7th division, how big was this place? How many districts are there? Jiang Zhuo followed Gaia's words and asked a question. This was all he could do now. He knew that he had to obtain more information before the other party was exposed. There are a total of 12 districts. Gaia blinked. Please state the type of item you are interested in, so that it will be easier to search and guide. Jiang Zhuo was stunned. Why did this little girl feel like she was some kind of intelligence? Jiang Zhuo didn't enter Taoism for a long time, only less than 20 years. Because of his qualifications, he was chosen by his wandering master. Before entering Taoism, he was a graduate student specializing in Python in the computer science department of a key university. At that time, the development of artificial intelligence was still in its infancy. But after he started cultivating, his scientific values were completely overturned. Outside of science, there was this supernatural power. However, unlike ordinary Taoist cultivators who worshipped these supernatural powers, Jiang Zhuo had been trying to use scientific concepts to explain these supernatural powers. Unfortunately, his knowledge was shallow. Most of the things he knew were the facts, but he didn't know the whys and wherefores. Even as his cultivation increased, he became more aware of his own shortcomings. But if this little girl was really some kind of intelligence, powerful strength and intelligence, what kind of technological crystallization was she? If humans could master this technology, in a split second, a few crazy thoughts appeared in Jiang Zhuo's mind. While these thoughts made Jiang Zhuo feel ridiculous, They also gave him an impulse that he couldn't extricate himself from. Cultivating and becoming an immortal. To put it bluntly, it was to achieve immortality or even immortality. But cultivation was a path of no return. Kelowna hadn't had a cultivator who had attained immortality for a long time. Currently, there were only a few people who had reached the Tao querying realm in the Tao world. But if it was this kind of technology, if consciousness could be replicated and carried into a body similar to this little girl's, would it be another form of immortality? Please state the type of item you're interested in, so that it will be easier to search and guide. At this moment, Gaia once again calmly repeated this question. This made Jiang was stunned. Although she was an intelligence, he felt that this little girl's intelligence was relatively low. If it was only at this level, it seemed that current human technology could do it. The only difference was that humans couldn't create such a body with such terrifying power. Jiang couldn't help but feel disappointed. Jiang opened his mouth, but suddenly he realized that the surroundings had become quiet. Jiang immediately blamed himself for being careless. President Bai Jie's fate was still unknown, but he had been distracted. What did you do to President Bai Jie? Jiang asked shakily. The criminal escaped again after destroying 7 clones. Gaia said slowly, the criminal's danger level has been raised. Currently, 10 clones have been sent to hunt him down. The clones have been raised again, unlocking the upper limit of power. Rest assured, my ass. But in that case, President was still safe for now. He was indeed the evergreen tree of the Tao world. His foundation was probably unimaginable. It was just unknown whether he could deal with the so-called unlocking the upper limit of power that this little girl had mentioned. He definitely could. After all, President Bai Jie was a legend in the Tao world. At this moment, knowing that President Bai Jie was temporarily safe, Jiang quietly sighed in relief. His mind turned rapidly, and suddenly a bold idea appeared in his mind. Could he understand this little girl and this place better and find a way to leave? Ask directly how to leave? But Jiang quickly dispelled this idea. Things weren't that simple. If he directly asked to leave, wouldn't it violate some judgment mechanism of this little girl's AI program? You said to buy. Jiang asked carefully, but you have to let me know what I can buy, right? The basis of business is exchange, at least the same value. I mean, what do I use to buy? It can't be money, right? Gaia didn't speak, her eyes flickering. Jiang waited for a while and scratched his head. How about this? You have to tell me what I can buy. Scanning. Gaia suddenly spat out such a sentence. After that, Jiang felt as though he was being stripped naked and studied from top to bottom, inside and out. Confirmation complete. Matching complete. Just as Gaia's voice fell, many 10-centimeter wide light screens suddenly appeared in front of Jiang like virtual screens projected out. These screens appeared one by one on the left, right, front, back, and above Jiang's head. There was a dazzling array of them. In front of him, there was a yellow screen while the others were blue. Gaia didn't speak. Jiang looked at the things that appeared on these screens in confusion. Strangely, he could clearly read the words on them. These were modern words. What was written on the yellow screen seemed to be his purchasing power. Purchasing power in soul conversion points. 107 plus 20. Health conversion points purchasing power. 3 memory conversion point purchasing power. 19 purchasing power of life conversion points. 20 luck. Achievement, emotion, the same. The numbers were clear. In the end, Jiang saw that his total purchasing power was 107 points. He did some calculations and found that his soul was 107 points. After adding all the other attributes together, it was just 107 points. In other words, health, memory, luck, achievements, and so on, only when all of them were combined would it be considered a complete soul. But after the soul conversion into purchasing power, there was an unknown upper limit. What the hell was this? With his current purchasing power, if the soul was the maximum value, it would only be the lowest standard for purchasing. What was the basis for this set of calculation? Jiang's stole a glance at Gaia, but she still didn't move. He controlled his impatience and started to study the numerous blue screens. On them were the things that he said he could buy. Without a doubt, the things on the screen weren't worth more than 107 points. Why is there no upper limit for purchasing power after the soul? Jiang's couldn't help but ask. The quality of the soul has room for improvement. The current purchasing power is the conversion value of the current soul quality. Jiang's paused, subconsciously saying, "What if I use all of my 107 points to buy something now? You will take my soul." 107 points is the total value. You can choose to deduct 20 life points and collect the soul after the subscriber dies. There was such a method. Only after the subscriber dies. Could it be taken away until the subscriber dies? There didn't seem to be any loss. Jiang's paused. If I don't want to die now, the total purchasing power is only 87 points, right? Confirm. Jiang's didn't understand. He asked curiously, "Then if I buy something now, it is exactly 87 points. And you said that my soul's quality still has room for improvement." What I mean is, when my life comes to an end and my soul's quality exceeds the purchasing power of 87 points, how will the extra part be calculated? After death, the soul will be collected according to the transaction agreement. This purchase wasn't fair. Instantly, Jiang Zhua realized the trick. When a person's purchasing power was only enough to buy low-level items at the current stage, he could only buy low-level items. But when his purchasing power increased, he would still have to pay according to the initial transaction. If he chose to use the soul as the transaction object at the beginning, it was like an investment for the other party. In the end, the other party would gain more profits. But vaguely, there seemed to be some loopholes in this detail. But the information in front of him was too explosive. Jiang couldn't grasp it immediately. He couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. "Let me see." Jiang stretched out his hand. A blue screen automatically flew in front of him. 70 stalks of polar star grass. The first 3 chapters of 9 transformation golden body scriptures. Female transformation? Pass. Level 3 gene restoration reagent. Looks good? 1-minute tour of Eternal Kingdom. 1 minute? What the hell is Eternal Kingdom? Scam pass. Jiang browsed through the screens, one by one. He couldn't understand some of the contents, while he was tempted by some of them. However, he was wondering if there would be better ones in the future. With this kind of consumer mentality, Jiang browsed through the screens one by one. But at the same time, Jiang couldn't help but be sure of one thing. He knew that in the future, the quality of his soul would improve, and his purchasing power would increase. It wasn't wise to buy now, but there were some things in front of him that were fatally tempting. That feeling was like, this kind of thing might be easy for you to get in the future, but you can't get it now. If you want it, come and buy it. We won't force you. You can decide if you want it or not. It really grasped one's weakness thoroughly. Jiang couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. This is... Jiang couldn't remember how many blue screens he had swiped through, but at this time the content of the item caught his attention. This works too? Jiang swallowed his saliva, pointed at the item on the blue screen, and asked Gaia with a trembling heart. Confirm, then Jiang swallowed his saliva. His heart was beating wildly, and his fingers were trembling as he slowly tapped on the purchase option on the screen. Purchase item. Trial Treasure Vault Manager, Gaia's Body, Assembly Line Inspection Time, 1/4800 seconds. Assembly Line. Chapter 1055. The ground shook slightly, and a crack of about 10 meters long and 3 meters wide appeared on the ground. After that, a huge metal frame rose from the crack. Finally, the metal frame was completely visible. Jiang estimated that the frame was about 20 meters tall. But the frame wasn't empty. It was more like an entrance. Strange energy kept emerging from the four corners of the frame, and the space within the frame was distorted. "Go in," Jiangzhua asked instinctively. Gaia nodded. After receiving Gaia's reply, Jiangzhua gulped. The transaction had started, and the production line of Gaia's body was about to appear in front of him. But the countdown hadn't started yet. Jiangzhua reached his hand into the frame and found that his palm didn't go through. Instead, a part of it disappeared. It was indeed a distorted passage. Jiangzhua was amazed by the technology, and he was even more curious about Gaia's manufacturing process. The viewing time could reach up to 4,800 seconds, which was 80 minutes, more than an hour. But this would be all his purchasing power. Obviously, it wasn't worth it to use it all up. Jiangzhua only bought this item, and after the viewing time officially started, he had the right to stop at any time. Jiangzhua didn't know if he was right or wrong, but there was no doubt that he would come into contact with some of the secrets of this place. The treasury manager, Gaia's body production line. No matter how he looked at it, it was probably the core of this place. Jiangzhua walked into the frame resolutely. When his body completely passed through the frame, what appeared in front of Jiangzhua wasn't a long tunnel or a huge sci-fi base as he had imagined. In front of him was a pure white space. Because of the pure white, he couldn't see the boundary, and he didn't know how big the space was. Gaia followed Jiangzhua in. "What is this place?" Jiangzhua frowned as his expectations were dashed. "Transit station." After giving the answer, Gaia walked past Jiangzhua and stopped in front of him. She reached out her hand, and at this moment, the pure white ground beneath Gaia's feet cracked open, and a white pillar slowly extended from the ground. It seemed to be a device to control it. Gaia's palm was placed on top of the pillar, and not long after, a ray of light shot out from the pillar. The space in front of him slowly split open, revealing another strange door. Jiangzhua smiled bitterly. It seemed that his wish to observe the place before visiting the assembly line was in vain. He thought that he would have a chance to see more things on the way. That's impossible. The other party clearly didn't leave behind such a loophole. The place behind this light door was probably the workshop where the assembly line was located. Gaia took the lead and walked towards the door of light. Jiangzhua followed Gaia and placed his hand on the white pillar, but there was no reaction. However, Gaia suddenly turned around. "This thing feels good, ha 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 ha." Jiangzhua laughed awkwardly. "Is this the workshop where the assembly line is located?" Gaia didn't reply, merely looking at Jiangzhua silently. Jiangzhua could only break out in a cold sweat. Under the gaze of Gaia's purple eyes, he walked stiffly towards the door of light and passed through it. Gaia's workshop. It was a huge pool. The space in front of him wasn't pure white, but there weren't any complicated instruments that he didn't know the name of. Everything was so simple, just like a minimalist room that carefully discarded all unnecessary items. Below the ring-shaped space, there was only a pool filled with a strange, colorful liquid. There seemed to be many white pillars at the edge of the pool, just like the one that Jiangzhua had touched before. Jiangzhua took a step forward subconsciously, and a light shadow suddenly appeared under his feet. This light shadow was like a suspended board, slowly sending Jiangzhua to the bottom, to the edge of the pool. Although he couldn't feel any technical component from the first impression of this place, but he was afraid that every bit of this place was the crystallization of some kind of technical level beyond human knowledge. For example, the dustless level here. Since the moment he entered, Jiangzhua felt that his body had become extremely clean, as if his body had been polished by water for decades, but he didn't even know when he had been dusted. Jiangzhua didn't even breathe any oxygen at this moment. The super senses of a cultivator allowed him to feel that the oxygen present here was seeping into his body bit by bit, directly bypassing the respiratory system and completing the exchange of oxygen in his body. Breathing was still present, but the method of oxygen supply had quietly changed. At this moment, A palm-sized circular light screen suddenly appeared beside him. On the light screen, there were Arabic numerals that he could understand, and it started to jump from 1, 1, 2, 3 for his viewing time had started from now. There was no secret manipulation to speed up time, nor was there any slowing down. The time was jumping by the second fairly. But everything in this workshop made Jiang Zua feel that he didn't know where to start. Time was still jumping. Jiang Zua, his brain started to work, to think how to solve the situation. Viewing, just viewing, calm down. Viewing, the content and definition of viewing. Got it. At this moment, Jiang Zua suddenly looked at Gaia, racing against time. He didn't have time to think too much. Since it's just a viewing, there should be a demonstration, right? I want to see the working situation of this workshop, and you have to explain each step to me. After saying this, Jiang Zua stared at Gaia nervously, afraid that she would reject him. Time was still jumping, and every second was extremely precious. Understood, finally, from Gaia's mouth, the words that made Jiang Zua extremely excited. Gaia actually agreed to his request. After that, Gaia didn't do anything else to delay time. She walked straight to a pillar, her palm pressing on it again. Above this huge rainbow pool, there were clearly many blue light screens again. But this time, the words that appeared on the light screen were words that Jiang Zua didn't recognize. He only saw a body structure diagram, which was probably Gaia's body structure. Unfortunately, the annotations on the diagram were still words that Jiang Zua couldn't understand, or rather, symbols. Can't you translate it into a language that I can understand? For example, like the list of items you gave me? Jiang Zua asked subconsciously. Rejected. Subscribers' current purchasing power is not enough to purchase this service. I'm poor. I'm sorry. Jiang Zua clenched his teeth, immediately using his vision to look at the light screen. Cultivators had excellent memory. At this moment, Jiang Zua thought that even if he couldn't understand it now, he could remember it, and perhaps there would be a possibility of understanding it in the future. For any language, as long as he could find a breakthrough point, he could still translate it bit by bit. Body design diagram entered. General parameters entered. Myriad pool production mode activated. Activation successful. Production time is 7,943 seconds. This time had exceeded the time that Jiang Zua could view, which meant that he couldn't see the moment the body was completed. And naturally, he wouldn't be able to see the adjustments of the body. But the contents of the light screen had been absorbed into Jiang Zua's memory. He didn't need to understand, he just needed to treat it like a camera, treating it as pure graphics and store it all. Not all cultivators could increase their intelligence, but they could definitely increase the ability of their brain. It could be said that every cultivator with some achievements had the strongest brain. As he absorbed the information, Jiang Zua stared at the pool. Gaia seemed to call this pool the myriad pool. Under Jiang Zua's gaze, the colorful liquid in the myriad essence pool slowly stirred. After a short while, the stirred liquid began to change. First, it condensed, becoming slender, then fixed, finally becoming like a mechanical arm, and finally solidified. That's right, from liquid to solid. There were a total of 4 mechanical arms, but they didn't have a base. They were completely extended from the myriad pool and were one with the pool. But the appearance of the slender mechanical arm didn't surprise Jiang Zua. This is a printed arm. Jiang Zua asked in surprise. Confirm. Perhaps because of the feeling of viewing the explanation, Gaia continued. The body's exterior is made in 3D printing mode. It's really printed. Jiang Zua paused. At this time, on the printing needles of the 10 mechanical arms, a steady stream of colored threads appeared, directly turning on the printing mode. Although there were only a few colored threads at first, after a while they should be able to see the main frame of the body, just that. What's the material? Jiang Zua frowned. It's also the water in the pool. Myriad pool? Confirm. Gaia nodded. Myriad pool has the ability to decompose and reassemble particles. Can be used as any material. The entire process is known as the universal element. Decomposing and reassembling particles can be used as any material. When Jiangzi heard this, he instantly understood the preciousness of this item. He couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, Then can organic and inorganic materials work? Confirm. What about the stability after reassembling? Jiangzi hurriedly asked. Is there a time limit or no time limit? For example, if the myriad pool is reassembled into food, will it really become food? Confirm. How is that possible? Jiangzi exclaimed. This completely violates the conservation of energy. For example, entropy can't be reversed. Can it be that after turning into ice, it can still turn into fire? Fire is a burning state. It's completely different from ice. Yes. Gaia's words were still simple and direct. However, Jiangzi's worldview had been completely overturned by the myriad pool's function. If humans could obtain such an incredible material, how far could their science and technology progress? Suddenly, Jiangzi's heart skipped a beat. He turned pale with fright. Could it be that everything in this treasury, including all the treasures, are made of these myriad pool? This was the only explanation that could explain why there were so many treasures in the forest. Those living habits and forming conditions were all different, yet they could completely defy the laws of nature and grow in the same place. However, Gaia didn't answer Jiangzi's question. Since that was the case, Jiangzi was almost certain of his guess. He stared blankly at the operation of the mechanical arms. At this moment, the mechanical arms of the myriad pool had already printed out a few skeleton-like things. The soft sound of printing was very pleasant to the ears. The colorful threads of the myriad pool were intoxicating. Jiangzi couldn't help but subconsciously think that this place had so many incredible things. Was it all because of the myriad pool? Was it because someone had mastered this inconceivable material that allowed the technology to develop to such a level that was so different from today's humans? Myriad element. Was it naturally formed, or was it artificially created? Time continued to pass. Jiangzi glanced at the light screen beside him that calculated the time. More than 600 seconds had passed, but more than half of the time he was stunned and shocked. Jiangzi suddenly shivered and made a request. These pillars are control panels, right? Can I touch them? Isn't there an experience to this kind of visit? Confirm. Gaia nodded and moved aside, indicating that Jiangzi could come to the pillar in front of her. How generous! Jiangzi couldn't help but mutter, Subscriber's knowledge level doesn't have any possibility of theft. Experiment allowed. It seems like I've been completely underestimated, but I don't believe it. Jiangzi took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves. He walked to the pillar and placed his palm on top of it. Suddenly, his brain seemed to be flooded with countless things, and these things directly appeared in his vision. It was a complex interface made up of hundreds of light screens. It seemed like he could control the functions of the interface with his thoughts. But Jiangzi couldn't help but laugh bitterly, his face bitter. But I'm really sorry for being a bad student. I can't understand. It isn't that hard to understand, Jiangzi smiled as he turned to look at the expressionless Gaia. Then he continued to focus on the hundreds of screens. Since you said it's an experience, then I don't care. I'll just randomly click. But no matter what Jiangzi randomly clicked, the blue interface didn't react at all. There wasn't a second option. There wasn't even a confirmation or denial notification. Facing the indifferent screens, Jiangzi seemed to see countless bright red crosses in front of his eyes, insufficient authority, and so on. The only ones that could be successfully operated were a few. After Jiangzi clicked, for printing arms appeared in the pool and started to print the second body. Jiangzi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This Gaia really didn't leave any loopholes for him to exploit. Jiang Zhuo shook his head in disappointment. He was thinking, should he stop the tour now? At least he would have some purchasing power left and wouldn't have to spend it all here. Anyway, the information was already in his brain, even though he didn't have the ability to decipher it. But if he gathered the best linguists in the world, maybe he could find some clues? With that thought, Jiang Zhuo suddenly had the thought of giving up. But at this moment, his thoughts swayed and accidentally touched a blue screen. It seemed to be opened. At this moment, a new screen suddenly popped up in front of Jiang Zhuo. On this screen, a new set of images appeared. Or rather, it was an influence. He saw a man in an ancient costume, dressed in white, holding a 3-foot-long sword. This man had a bitter expression on his face, and there was a hint of anger between his brows. Even though he was just watching through the film, this man's gaze was enough to make Jiang Zhuo's heart tremble. It was as if this man was looking at him through time and space. Countless seniors of my generation have been looking for Penglai dauntlessly. But I didn't expect it to be such a dead land. How ridiculous. Since this isn't the immortal path to heaven, what's the use of it? Since there is no immortal path in this world, then I'll cut one with my own hands. The man came forward with a sword in his hand. Tens of thousands of sword lights shot into the sky from his body. Behind this man, Jiang Zhuo saw countless destroyed Gaias. The screen suddenly shook, and the 3-foot-long sword in the man's hand flashed in front of Jiang Zhuo's eyes. Chapter 1056. In the past, Jiang Zhuo had thought that the strongest person in the world should be the heavyweight boxing champion who appeared on live TV, or the special bodyguards who protected the most important people in the country. Later, when Jiang Zhuo met his master, he realized that there were people in the world who were far stronger than the so-called heavyweight boxing champion, Taoist cultivators. The appearance of his master had completely destroyed the education that Jiang Zhuo had received in the past 20 years. Therefore, he had joined the army of Taoist cultivators without hesitation. Why was it an army of Taoist cultivators? Because his master had half-jokingly said that Taoist cultivation led to a dead end. Jiang Zhuo, who had completely envisioned the various inconceivable abilities of Taoist cultivators, didn't sorrowfully discuss the problem of this dead end with his master. Instead, he ignited all his passion, wanting to empty out his master's bottom line. Flying in the sky, burrowing into the earth, and toppling mountains and overturning seas. This was a huge power that was described in epics in novels. However, Jiang Zhuo had never seen it. According to his master, he was probably in the middle of the Tao world, which was the so-called neither top nor bottom. What was the peak? Jiang Zhuo didn't know. But perhaps the man in front of him with the 3-foot-long sword in his hand was the so-called pinnacle. Every sword light was as powerful as a tactical missile. Every time he moved, he could cause a loud sound in the air. When he slapped out his palm, the ground sank a little. His roar brought a violent wind, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife, making people feel as if their souls were about to be cut open. There was actually such a powerful Taoist in the world. Figures fell from the sky, and the ground was full of Gaia's corpses. Jiang Zhuo didn't know the cause of this battle, but when he looked at the white-robed Taoist with a long sword, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. It was always a magnificent army, but he alone could do it. What kind of spirit was this? What kind of high cultivation was this? His master had said that Kelowna used to be the most brilliant Kelowna in the Tao world. Taoist cultivators swallowed clouds and exhaled fog, held the galaxy with their hands, and went to the ends of the world. This white-robed Taoist with a long sword was from that era. Don't lose! Don't lose! The white-robed Taoist in the image seemed to have turned into a huge statue in front of Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Zhuo didn't want this statue to collapse. He didn't like that the sword in the white-robed Taoist's hand would break, and he didn't like that his magic power would be exhausted. He didn't want him to lose in this place. What Jiang Zhuo didn't know was that his palms were sweating, and his clothes were soaked unknowingly. At this moment, the image in front of him suddenly changed. The ground suddenly split open, and a huge metal frame suddenly emerged. It was the door that he had encountered when he entered this place. Numerous figures rushed out from the door, heading straight for the horizon. Each of them was a cold and detached Gaia. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, hundreds, thousands. When these Gaias filled the sky, no matter how unwilling Jiangzuo was to see the white-robed Taoist lose, he still felt an unbearable despair in his heart. Gaia lined up in the sky, inside and outside, forming 3 huge, layered circles. Their movements were so unified. Finally, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. A huge beam of light, suddenly shot towards the ground from the whirlpool. Jiangzuo heard a maniacal laugh. On the ground, a huge green lotus flower suddenly bloomed. At the center of the green lotus flower, a figure swung his sword towards the sky, towards the huge pillar of light. The extreme light covered the entire image. Jiangzuo, who felt like he was there, painfully closed his eyes. After a long time, Jiangzuo opened his eyes with difficulty. Everything disappeared, the ground became as smooth as a mirror, and a huge pit was left behind by this battle. At this moment, a large number of Gaia fell from the sky, completely losing their ability to move. But Jiangzuo couldn't see the white-robed Taoist anymore. After that, Gaia seemed to be lifted up by someone and brought into the huge metal frame. And finally, Gaia were thrown into a colorful pool, the pool of myriad elements. When all the Gaia were thrown into the pool of myriad elements, the image gradually dimmed, as if it was slowly closing its eyes. Before all the images disappeared, Jiangzuo heard intermittent voices. Gaia's voice. Detecting body damage. 7%, level 5 AI program severely damaged. AI program degraded. Level 4 AI program severely damaged. Program degraded. Requesting program repair from host. Requesting program repair from host again. No response. Program degraded. Level 3 AI program severely damaged. Requesting program repair from host again. Level 2 AI program severely damaged. No response. Program degraded. Primary AI program slightly damaged. Usable. Activating body repair program. Prototype Universal Treasure House Manager Gaia preparing to hibernate. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Darkness. The one who brought them back, is it you? Jiang's palm suddenly separated from the pillar. His consciousness was pushed out of the complex interface space. His gaze fell on Gaia, who was standing beside him. That battle, you're the only one left. Jiang's swallowed his saliva and asked. Gaia's purple pupils flickered for a moment before it finally nodded slowly. That person, is he dead? Jiang's asked again, his voice trembling. Target's life trace is not within the search range, determined to be dead or have left. You didn't pursue? Out of range, unable to pursue, uncertain of life and death. Jiang's calmed himself down. At this moment, he hoped that the white-robed Taoist could safely retreat. After all, he had too many enemies. The Gaia printed with myriad elements was like a mass-produced weapon. Endless. But there was a time when a person's strength was limited. Jiang Zhu didn't think that the white-robed Taoist had lost. Human, no. The dignity of a cultivator. But it seemed that this pool could not only reassemble myriad elements, it could also decompose them back to their original form. Otherwise, with so many Gaias thrown in, the pool wouldn't overflow. It was truly a miraculous material. Why did he fight with you? Jiang's asked the question he wanted to know. Memory database missing, unable to answer. No wonder the image was only half of the middle part. The front part was missing. It was rather abrupt. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. The last part of the image seemed to be some sort of meet-and-see report from Gaia. But this Gaia in front of him was in perfect condition. It should have been completely repaired, but you're still just a basic AI program? Jiang's asked nervously. Confirm. That's right. Jiang's was suddenly clapped his hands. Myriad element pool, Gaia, a terrifying technology that transcended countless gaps in human history. All of this, how could it be just a dull artificial intelligence? This was a very awkward thing. If this Gaia in front of him was just a basic AI, the higher AI couldn't be activated because it couldn't be repaired. This was worthy of everything in this mysterious place. But Jiang's excitement quickly turned into fear. For such a powerful Gaia, if it was just a dull AI, it would be fine, but if it was a high AI, or even to the extent of being able to think and evolve independently, Jiang couldn't imagine what would happen next. He didn't even dare to imagine. The time recording screen beside him had already been set to 3,000. Damn it! He actually wasted so much time. Jiang Zhua was shocked. This 4,800 seconds of viewing time was all of his purchasing power, which included the maximum 20 HP. After this, his life would be in danger. At this moment, Jiang Zhua couldn't care less about his initial goal. He hurriedly said, Stop viewing time! 3,000. But the moment the number jumped to 3,000, it stopped moving. At least his life was saved. Jiang Zhua subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the two Gaias in the myriad element pool with some reluctance. He probably wouldn't have the chance to see this kind of technology in the future, right? Then how should I leave? Jiang Zhua subconsciously looked at Gaia. Just as he was about to ask if he should leave, his voice suddenly stopped. Gaia had stopped. Gaia, who had an exquisite and almost perfect face, lowered her head slightly and stood motionless in her original spot. She actually stopped. What is this? Jiang Zhua subconsciously walked in front of Gaia, waving his hand in front of her eyes. Gaia slowly raised her head. Question: Does the subscriber want to purchase an item? Just now Jiang Zhua's voice suddenly stopped. This Gaia seemed to have some problems. Question: Does the subscriber want to purchase an item? I haven't thought about it. Can I consider it? Jiang Zhua asked tentatively. Confirm. Please wake up Gaia after the purchase to complete the transaction. Gaia's purple pupils flashed, and then it slowly lowered its head as if all its functions had stopped. What kind of operation is this? Jiang Zhua stared at Gaia in disbelief. He then looked around. Then he looked at the time screen beside him. The numbers actually didn't start moving. Elementary artificial intelligence program moderately damaged, usable. Even now, this program is still in the process of being damaged? Oh my God, doesn't this mean? Jiang Zhua slowly, once again, approached the edge of the myriad essence pool, his hands trembling, reaching towards the white pillar. There was no time limit. Captain, this seems to be the end of the forest. A member of the administration hurriedly turned back and reported to the four captains. Ling Feng nodded, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, it became more and more serious, because after being transferred to this place, they didn't encounter any living things. Not to mention people, they couldn't even see things like insects. After all, the place they were in was a small forest. This was too illogical. Not only that, in this forest, the people of the administration found many treasures. Whether it was the members who were sent to the monster race or the Taoist sect, or the members sent from the major monster race or the Taoist sect, they all learned about treasures. They could identify some very rare materials, but as for more, they couldn't identify them at all. But this didn't prevent the people of the administration from determining the value of this forest. Originally, they planned to mine it because the treasures were too attractive. But this action was stopped by Ling Feng before they started. It wasn't that Ling Feng wasn't interested in the treasures in the forest, but this place was too strange. No one touched these things here. Let's go back and collect them when we have the chance. In addition, this place is very strange. It's inconvenient for us to move around with these things. Most importantly, we have to figure out the origin of this place. If possible, if we can let the country take over this place, we can start developing it. Obviously, picking up some benefits here was not as attractive as occupying this huge treasure trove of resources and then developing it. Besides, they did not know what dangers lay ahead. If they brought these things and fell in front of them, wouldn't they become cute couriers who delivered their heads to others from thousands of miles away? They weren't that stupid. Fortunately, the administration was quite strict, and most of them followed the rules very well. Some who planned to secretly hide some things were forced to give up under the pressure. "Captain, there's a figure in front, moving at high speed." At this moment, a team member hurriedly reported back. Ling Feng looked at the other 3 captains beside him and nodded. Everyone took out their binoculars and looked up. Outside the forest was a small grassland, and at this time in that grassland, 2 figures were indeed running at high speed. This is the leader of the Green Dragon clan, Song Jinshui, and the leader of the Vermilion Bird clan, Chu Xinghe. Through the binoculars, they clearly saw the 2 high-ranking members of the Monster Association. At this time, their appearance could be described as miserable. There was even a visible wound on Song Jinshui's arm. As for Chu Xinghe, the original fiery red fur coat had long disappeared, leaving only a tattered black tight suit, showing off her wonderful figure. Look, the 2 of them seemed to be chased by something. Looking back through the binoculars, they saw 2 figures flying at high speed on the grassland. They had delicate facial features, but they were wearing scarlet metal claws. "Captain, what should we do?" a team member hurriedly asked. Ling Feng glanced at him. If he remembered correctly, this team member should be a monster sent from the Green Dragon clan for military service. Even if he told them not to move, this team member probably wouldn't listen to him, right? All of them. Ling Feng suddenly stood up and shouted, "All team members, support them immediately!" Hey! At this time, the only female captain among the 4 captains stepped on the slope. She held an M16A in her hand and placed it on her long legs. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the scope. "Wait, don't use Meteor God. F*CK. Red Silk. F*CKU." With a bang, a certain type of bullet, numbering in the tens of millions, burst out of the chamber. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 1057. The bullet flew out from the barrel of the M16A that was not silenced. The sound of the gunshot instantly caught Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe's attention. These 2 high-level members of the Monster Association subconsciously looked back. One of the 2 Gaia Atom behind them waved a giant metal claw at this time. But this scarlet giant claw was destroyed in an instant. Yes, it was destroyed in an instant. The broken half of the claw had turned into ashes. At this moment, the Gaia who was hit suddenly stopped. At this time, another gunshot sounded. The Gaia who had broken an arm waved the remaining scarlet giant claw again, but her claw was destroyed again. The Gaia who had broken 2 arms had her eyes flickering at this time. The moment the 3rd gunshot sounded, the Gaia who had broken both arms suddenly opened her mouth. A huge beam of light shot out from her mouth, directly into the distant woods. At the moment the beam shot out, the Gaia's head suddenly leaned back. Then her head was like the 2 arms that had been destroyed. Boom! The huge beam of light also shot into the woods in front at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the entire woods were completely cut off by the beam. The place where the beam passed had turned into a state of magma. A lot of heat was emitted, and the air was distorted because of the heat. Only the scorched earth was left in front of them. Although this level of attack made Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe shocked at the same time. After all, they had fought all the way here. They had seen the power of Gaia, so they were shocked but not horrified. But the people from the agency were different. When had they ever seen such a terrifying attack? This was not a large-scale hot weapon, but the power released from a young individual. At this moment, more than a dozen members of the agency did not remember to dodge the beam at the moment and directly lost their lives here. Captain Ling Feng and the others did not have time to feel sad, because this terrifying little girl was still alive. Captain Ling Feng glanced at Hong Ling at this time. Although Hong Ling successfully killed an enemy with 3 bullets, this was under the premise that the enemy did not know the characteristics of the bullets. No matter how powerful the bullets were, if they could not hit the target, it was useless. But the enemy's terrifying attack power and attack range could wipe out the entire agency in minutes. Everyone. Ling Feng took a deep breath at this time. Everyone spread out. Team 1, Team 2, follow me. Team 3, prepare to provide long-range support. Team 4, use suppressive fire. With that said, Ling Feng quickly held an assault rifle in his hand and led the charge into the grassland below the woods. In the distance, dozens of figures rushed out of the woods. Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe looked at each other, and they saw a look of surprise in each other's eyes. They were the agencies. In this case, to be able to meet a nominal ally and get support was naturally something to be happy about, and they did not know what method the agency used to directly kill one of the monster little girls. Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe were lucky enough to escape from the disaster not long ago, but since then they had been chased by 2 monster little girls. These 2 little girls cooperated very well, and Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe obviously did not have such good team coordination. And if they continued to fight, it would only attract more of their kind. It was already very difficult to deal with one of them, let alone a group of them. But this time it was different, with the agency's reinforcement, and there was only one of them left. Song Jinshui's fists collided fiercely in front of him at this time, and a green demon power began to erupt from his body. Chu Xinghe, can we join hands now? Haven't we always been working together? Chu Xinghe narrowed his eyes at this time, and his voice was very frivolous. Even so, this vermilion bird tribe priest with a proud figure had already ignited a bright red flame in his palm. Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe flew out at the same time. In midair, a fierce wind suddenly blew, and flames soared to the sky. A gigantic azure dragon and a giant fiery red bird had appeared. They are using their real bodies to fight. Captain Ling Feng frowned at this time. These 2 guys were quite embarrassed when they were chased, but now they were very powerful. Team 1 and Team 2 changed to long-range attacks from both sides. Use of Taoist bullets is allowed, because before they were transferred here, the agency's people were in a hurry, and they did not have time to bring a lot of equipment. But one of the agency's standard Taoist bullets, everyone would more or less carry some. The so-called Taoist bullets were given the power of one-time Taoist magic by a special method. The agency had several cooperative Taoist sects that specialized in supplying this kind of bullets. At this moment, Song Jinshui and the fiery bird were fiercely attacking Gaia. Behind them, dozens of agency's members took out their specially modified guns to load Taoist bullets and launched a fierce attack at the same time. Da-da-da-da! Next to Ling Feng, the M16A made a crazy burst sound, which made him sigh. Hong Ling's violence had long been a symbol in the agency. At this time, the only thing that Ling Feng could be thankful for was that Hong Ling still had some rationality. At least this time he was not burning god-killing bullets, but the relatively cheap Taoist bullets. Just watching Hong Ling change the magazines one by one, Captain Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a little heartache. Damn it, how should I write the report when I go back? Forget it, we need to save Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe, these 2 big bosses of the monster clan. It would be strange if Hong Ling is not angry. Glasses. Ling Feng seemed to want to say something, but in the end decided. But what the hell is this? Glasses frowned at this time, looking straight at the depths of the grassland. At this time, the little girl was under the strong attack of Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe, as well as the siege of the agency's people at the same time. There was a touch of horror on his face. It's just like a combat weapon. Under the coordinated attack of so many people, the only remaining Gaia did not show any signs of falling into a disadvantageous position. At this moment, a loud dragon roar came from the front. Along with the dragon roar came the cry of a huge firebird. The azure dragon spat out a huge green ball from its mouth, while the firebird flapped its wings, and 2 huge pillars of fire suddenly shot out from its mouth. The green sphere and the fire pillars intertwined at this time, turning into an even bigger green and red fire pillar, fiercely rolling down on Gaia. Boom! On the grassland, a heat wave instantly spread out, and the violent airflow almost overturned people's bodies. After a long time, nearly half of the grassland was destroyed. On the scorched land, only Gaia's figure could be seen lying on the ground. Her body was also in a charred state, and it was breaking little by little like a broken ceramic, and finally only some dust was left. The roar of the dragon and phoenix sounded, and then two streams of light landed in front of Captain Ling Feng and the others. They were Tsang Jinshui and Chu Xinghe, who had temporarily recovered their human forms. Representative Tsang, Representative Chu. At this time, a captain beside Ling Feng walked up and nodded to Tsang Jinshui and Chu Xinghe. He was one of the captains of the administration bureau who owed the Kuan Peng Villa Guards. Su Ge. Captain Su Ge. Tsang Jinshui nodded. Thank you for your help here. I will remember this favor. Su Ge said, Representative Tsang, let's talk about this later. What happened? What did you and Representative Chu encounter? A trace of fear flashed in Chu Xinghe's eyes, and he shook his head. We don't know what it is, and in fact, most of the elites from the Demon Realm and Taoist Realm who came to participate in the conference have died. What? The captains were shocked at this time. Tsang Jinshui said, Now is not the time to discuss. There are more than two of those things. We encountered hundreds of them. The battle here has probably exposed our position, and the rest will catch up soon. Su Ge looked at Ling Feng with a solemn face. There were hundreds of such terrifying things. But it was obviously very difficult to deal with one. If Hong Ling didn't shoot 3 god-killing bullets in the beginning and got rid of one first. In that case, let's leave quickly. Ling Feng nodded. On the way here, we found a cave that should be able to hide temporarily. We have a team member who is good at hiding. That's good. Tsang Jinshui nodded. After the battle, he really needed some time to recover his energy. By the way, Captain Su Ge, what did you use to deal with the first one? Chu Xinghe suddenly asked. Su Ge said casually, Taoist bullets, but they are very precious, and we can only make a few in these years. Moreover, if it's really as the two representatives said, most of the elites of the Taoist Association have died, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to make them in the future. Alas. Chu Xinghe nodded noncommittally. After that, the team quickly walked into the forest and headed toward the cave mentioned by Ling Feng. On the grassland, a gentle breeze blew, and a white voice appeared on the scorched earth. With a cold face and a spotless figure, she was like a fairy in a fairy tale. She slowly walked toward the place where Gaia had fallen. On the way, she suddenly bent down and picked up a bullet shell from the ground, looking at it carefully. Taoist bullets. After thousands of years, it seems that humans have improved a lot. She sighed and casually threw the bullet shell to the ground. At this time, she came to the place where the first Gaia had fallen. Gaia, whose hands and head had been cut off, had turned into a pile of dust. She frowned slightly and looked at the forest in the distance. At the beginning, this Gaia had been sniped from that place. After that, she began to look around. Finally, she picked up another bullet shell from the soil, which was different from the Taoist bullets. She also put this strange bullet shell in the palm of her hand and looked at it silently. At this time, she suddenly felt that the magical power in her body was faintly unstable. This instability was quickly dispelled under her instinctive control, but it was enough for her to understand something. What is this bullet? It can actually destroy the balance of magical power. She muttered to herself, Spellbreaker. It seems that not only have they improved, but they have also created a terrible thing. This time, she didn't throw away the bullet shell, but held it in her hand. She glanced at the grassland and then looked at the sky. Master, you said that you found Peng Lai, but after you went there, there was no news. Sanyang's Anata truth has been cultivated to the limit. 500 years, where are you? Are you here? Although it's weak, Sanyang can still feel the faint green lotus sword chi Have you also encountered this kind of combat weapon? A soft voice came from the sky. She turned around and looked up, seeing a Gaia flying toward her from afar. She was no different from the one who had fought just now, and she was no different from the one who had almost wiped out the Taoist and Demon Association. At this moment, Gaia's huge scarlet claws changed into the shape of guns and cannons. She frowned and suddenly took a step forward. At this moment, a slender green sword energy shot out from between her fingers. Like a straight ray of light, it swept past Gaia, who was in midair, and his body was instantly split into two symmetrical halves, which then turned into dust. What is this place? She lowered her head and pondered. It doesn't fit in with the shop, but it is somewhat similar. She frowned and quickly left this place. There was a strange stone forest in front of her, which seemed to be some kind of strange array from afar. She planned to go and take a look. What made Tae-Yinzi feel very conflicted was whether he should call Gaia out again, since Gaia suddenly split into more than 100 parts and left together. Tae-Yinzi had been constantly weighing the pros and cons. At this moment, Tae-Yinzi felt that if he really got something from Gaia and started to rebel against the club, it seemed to be a dead end. If he couldn't solve the problem of his control being always with the boss, even if he wanted to rebel, he wouldn't be able to do much. He felt that it was more worthwhile to be with the boss. What's the situation? At this moment, Tae-Yinzi, who was in deep thought, suddenly heard a loud noise from afar, and then saw a huge green and red fire pillar rushing to the sky. However, after the fire pillar disappeared, there seemed to be no movement, which made Tae-Yinzi frown. Unexpectedly at this moment, a bad premonition made Tae-Yinzi suddenly shiver. He subconsciously turned his head and saw that Wang Hu, who was subdued by Gaia and trapped by the strange gray crystal, was emitting a terrifying demonic power. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the gray crystal. Tae-Yinzi blinked his eyes. Cracks spread rapidly at this moment. Pack! The gray crystal was now like shattered glass shards, drifting in the air. Old devil, when you hit me just now, you said it was very comfortable, right? Let me feel comfortable too, okay? Tae-Yinzi swallowed his saliva.